How we doing over there? How's everybody doing? We good? We're rocking and rolling. I felt like it was time to twist some knobs at the earliest crazy hour in the morning at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, New York time. And we got a funky song today. And it might be a song that winds up stretching out over 2 days, in which case we will aim for a shorter session today and then a shorter one directly after that, either tomorrow or the following day. But without further ado, I want to play you a little bit about this song. This is Nicholas Desouza and Hairbrain doing a song called Funk the Bag. It's similar to some of the stuff I've done for Nicholas Desouza and Hairbrain in the past, but it's a little different. You know, over the past week, we've mixed several of their songs, but this one is, I would say, the most built up of those songs. More vocals than on all the other songs combined. We have basically a Parliament Funkadelic, George Clinton style gang type vocal going on this thing. Really cool. You know, make my funk a P-funk. I wants to get funked up. I want the bomb, I want the P-funk. So, love that song. This song gives me those kind of vibes. Old school, funky, great musicianship. These guys did one take through of all the basic instruments that are guitar, drums, bass, keys, and then some overdubs were done for some of these additional synth parts and this gang vocal. So let's listen to it without further ado over here. Let's boogie on down. We got a very, as far as what I've done so far, nothing. And I like to keep it that way for you guys. All I've done is import my template. I've added an SSL 4KG to literally everything. And the pink tracks are drums. There's a snare verb that comes in on my template. Nothing's being sent there at the moment. Nothing gets sent anywhere when I bring in my stuff. The template stuff is just the stuff I most frequently use to be able to just have there. Like, for example, there's a drum parallel, an SSL bus comp that I use a lot. And if I don't use that, maybe I'll use the decapitator. If I don't use that, maybe I'll use the Wolf comp. Very cool sounding, very mu type compressor. So I have 3 drum parallels that I would usually pick which one will work for each song. The SSL bus comp has a tendency to work the majority of the time. And that's just because most of the time that's the least abrasive, I would say. Decapitator is a nice distortion. Sometimes I combine the two, or at least verses one way, choruses without it, or vice versa. Some combination of that is usually cool. Give or take what the song needs, right? There's a bass bus I bring in, but bass is purple. These brown tracks are weird effects, and one of the effects that runs through this song is this construction thing. So let me hit play and then we'll go through it. Green's guitars, keyboards is yellow, synth is orange, vocals are blue. Now you want to see how many vocals are in this song? There are 24 vocal tracks. You got these light blue ones. You got these, all my vocals are always blue, but they're different shades depending on what they're doing. These are kind of ad-lib type talk vocals, and then these are some of the beef for the gang vocals. Then there's some la-las. Then there's a female vocalist, which I've called Avoke. And there's 6 of those. So you add these all up, there's, I think, 24 vocals in this song, which, if you think that's a lot, it started out at 56, and I comped the stuff together to get down to 24. Basically, where there was nothing, some of these tracks were just the end, but there was nothing on the rest of the entire track. So I figured out what sounded like other things and put them together, because that's the first thing you should do. You should not try to manage a session with 56 vocal tracks for no reason. And that's really what it comes down to, is there's only a reason for it if they're doing drastically different things. If everybody's doing the same kind of thing, there's no reason you can't put it on the same track. And most of the time, making the session organized is going to help you tenfold. You could even break down what I've done, what I have left, into less tracks than this, probably. But this was the simplest, easiest way for me to think about it. The laws sound very different. The female vocal sounds very different. And I wanted to maintain the ability to pan the stuff and maybe EQ certain parts differently because some of the notes are low, some of the notes are high. So I kept it kind of as basic as I could, relatively quickly. Setting up a song like this is not easy. I mean, it's not quick, I should say. It's easy, but it takes a long time to set it up because you got to go through and really pick your moments for what you're going to combine. So let's listen to it. Everybody keep in mind when it starts, it's low. It's low because I've lowered everything by 10 dB to be able to get some headroom. So when I start putting on plugins, it's going to be fine. Nothing's going to be jamming too loud, red lights on all over the place before I even start. So I lower everything on the faders so that I have room in all directions, and I make sure the clips on the clip gain level sending into the plugins are the right volume, because this is what will cause you to have no headroom in your plugins. If your clips are too loud, you won't have any headroom to be able to crank. What do you want to add? If you want to add 10, 12 dB at 40 hertz, good luck unless you've got room. So you got to lower whatever you got to lower to make that happen. Like you see on the bass, I took it down like 3.8 dB on a lot of it. Some of it needed to come up because it was barely there. The kind of things make it make sense to you, all right? Stereo tracks are always going to look smaller, but if you made these mono, they would jump up in size and be closer to what that looks like. But everything's got to be, in my opinion, somewhere between halfway and a little above halfway is okay with no plugins on it to be able to have enough room when I dial plugins in. And I think that's just from enough experience has taught me where that is. And the sweet spot on Pro Tools, when you have the meter set at the default, is the green. That juicy green. Shigyono! How we doing over there, Shigyono, TH Music? We got our man in Africa showing up, doing his thing. It's good to see you, buddy. This is a crazy hour, so I imagine we may get some new folks and hopefully some old folks as well, because we got plenty of people that make this kind of thing fun. And I hope some of them, are on the same schedule as this at the moment. But I know there's a crazy schedule at the moment, so we'll see what happens. Let's hit play. And I'm going to crank up the makeup gain on the bus compressor. Right now, there's nothing on the mix bus. Nothing on the master bus, nothing on the mix bus. I'm going to crank that up a little just so you guys can hear it and it won't be too low. So let's see what this sounds like. Okay. First things first, got to shout out Brian Piontek 6113. How we doing over there, dude? How you doing, Brian? We're just starting our morning knob twist at the moment, doing our thing. And this is a funky tune. Oh, man, I appreciate that, Shigiono. It's my pleasure to share this kind of stuff, and there's only going to be more to come because I feel like it's great for everyone. I love doing it. I feel like I work better when there's a little bit of humanity in it. You know, when I'm connecting with other studios all throughout the world, and that's essentially what you're doing. You're connecting with my studio out here, and we got GDP in his studio in Japan. You know, Shigiono in Africa. We got all sorts of people all over the place. What's going on, Morgs H5? How you doing over there? That's that bicycle horn of welcome. That's our favorite sound effect at the moment, but I'm in the process of programming. I came up with a way that I can do Street Fighter sounds and Mortal Kombat sounds and video game sounds from my younger years that are awesome, and I figured out how I'm going to do it that won't flag the copyright, most likely. So we will see how that goes, but pretty cool. At the moment, our bicycle horn still holds it down. Good to see you, Morgs. Hope all is well. We got this funky song. If you're working on stuff in your studio, you know, feel free, man. Pull up a session on your end. Be part of all we're doing over here, man. All of it. That's right, Brian. We are all over the place, all over the map. Where are you located? You might have told me that already. GDP, do we remember where Brian is? I gotta put up some cue cards for myself so I can remember where everybody's at. It takes like 3 streams of people telling me the same thing for me to remember it. Something like that. I need more ginseng or something. Ginseng. So anyway, we're about to rock and roll. Let's start twisting the dials. Open a session on your end if you want to, you know, work simultaneously as if we're in one giant studio, different sides of the hallway. It helps me. I'm sure it'll help you guys. So where we're at right now, we got green guitars, yellow keyboards, orange synth, blue vocals. Look at all these vocals. Tons of vocals. But they're basically like, that's a gang set of vocals pretty much. It's like 5 vocals and 1 additional intro. And then la-las. It's not that bad. Like when you look at it like this with the colors, I recommend you color code your stuff to make it easier on yourself. Like I know these are the male gang vocals and then these are the female gang vocals. So when you think of a gang vocal, you could literally just, if you wanted to, just combine it all if you want. But for me, I know I might EQ the low vocal different than the high one. I might want to pan them different. I might need to decide that after I've started. So I don't usually like combine everything going in. However, if I was recording this, I would have definitely committed that stuff because I like to think of it like how many tape machines does one need? You have 2 24-track tape machines. That's 48 tracks, 2 of which are going to be, you know, used for playback. What are you going to do? You're going to basically 46 tracks your entire session's got to fit on, no matter what. And thinking about it like that will help you, in my opinion, because you wind up making decisions the whole time. You have to. So you'll wind up being like, okay, this gang set of vocals, we have to make that one stereo track. And then, you know, the female gang set of vocals, one stereo track. And the la-las, one stereo track. Everything becomes one stereo track. So instead of 4 groups of tons of stuff of 24 tracks, you wind up with 1 group, 2 group, 3 group, 4 group, 5. You have 5 stereo pairs, and you're good to go. In my opinion, that's what I would do if I was recording it. But because I don't really know of everything that's there until I get under the hood, I'm going to leave myself the ability to not do that. And that's why I just sort of left it there. It's also super easy to do in a session like this. So let me hit, I'm going to hit play. Morgs H5, is that an L? Morgs H5L said, I have the SSL plugins as well, not use them very much. I should. Honestly, use them, especially since I'm fairly sure, I'm not positive, but I don't know exactly. I know that I didn't pay for the SSL 360, which is this thing. And that's not because I'm special. It's because I bought the UC1 and the UF8. It comes with this view, this SSL 360. I think the SSL 360 view might be free if you buy the plugins. You might not even need the hardware, but really helpful. But I also want everyone to know that you don't have to use SSL stuff. I just love it because to me, it's the quickest way to the end goal. It's the easiest way to be flexible with everything all right in front of you. Channel strip has some color to it, some flavor, really like versatile cues. So you can get wide or narrow. You can also flip between. You see the red knob up here? It's they call it the black knob, but you can basically flip between that pink top or pink top on the highs or the reds on the highs. But it's not just the highs. It's the entire EQ that changes when you do that. And it makes it very cool, in my opinion, to have that ability to switch up right while you're looking at one screen. So I'm going to start dialing stuff. But yeah, man, if you haven't used them much, more people like these than you realize, I think. And when people have been staring at a fab filter or the stock EQ and they're drawing the curves, it's a very common thing. I give lessons also. If anybody's ever interested, hit me up, email, everything in the description. Private lessons, DAW screen sharing, you show me your session, we'll go through it, and anything you're doing, we'll kind of get into any questions you have, the whole thing on an actual song you're working on. So this is what I'm about to say with the deal here, right? If you're used to looking at this stuff, you may be saying to yourself, I wonder what the curve is on some of my favorite vocal songs. Like songs that have vocals I really like, what's the curve look like? I think a lot of people ask that question because I've heard it before. And what I would tell you is, I don't even know what the curve looks like. That's not even a question. That's actually a real question. It's not a useful question because depending on what you're given is going to depend on what you need to do to the vocal. If the vocal has tons of low end, you're probably not boosting low end. You might have to cut some of it off if it gets in the way of too much stuff. If that's a really like bassy type voice. If there's no low end on the vocal, you may want to bring up some low mids or some low end to put something there that wasn't there. Maybe you have to tame what's killing you, and that could be the top end. Depends on what you're given. Is it super boxy? So a lot of times cheap microphones sound super boxy. So if you got a cheap microphone that you're dealing with mixing, you're probably going to have to take out some 300, 500, something in the boxy zone. Put in some lower than that and some 1K and kind of make up for it. You don't know what you do until you hear something that sounds a certain way to you. Does it sound weird? Why does it sound weird? Does it sound thin? Does it sound thick? Like too much lows, too much highs? These things matter. So there's really there's no reason to think about what the curve looks like ahead of time. That's what I'm saying. So you go in, you start twisting. And once you're twisting, it'll tell you so much, especially because the cue, if you want the cue to be rounder, bigger, and wider, you twist this cue to the right. That's the lower of the 3 knobs, here and here. Now, you twist that to the right, and when I say the 3, I mean these 3 on the high mids and low mids is why people love these so much. To get close to this versatile, you have to use, 1081 Neve or an API 550B, which is in the Vision channel strip. They're not as versatile, but they're close because you can't control the cue. So this you can control the cue on, and you can also get between every little frequency between the numbers. It's so helpful. Whereas, when you use a Neve, you're more mixing with, like, in your head, you've got to kind of know, or you could experiment, but you basically have these fixed points, just like on an API. You have fixed points. Somebody once said mixing with an API is like mixing with Legos. And it's true, because things have a tendency to just, work with those frequency points that were chosen. So a lot of times I recommend people who are learning start on things like that make it where if you boost your kick at one of those frequencies, you're probably not going to boost the bass at the same one. You're going to find a complementary one. And, the numbers being chosen for you can be helpful. But this is just way more versatile. So before I yap my entire life here, let's go through this. We got Brian saying, I have my studio set to run through Discord. Would love to share my screen. Nice. Yeah, it's we hit the Discord when we're done over here. Like, when the stream's over, we'll hit the Discord. Sometimes I'm too wasted to even do it, because after hours and hours and hours of mixing, like, sometimes I go 5-6 hours. I just can't bring myself to sit behind the computer anymore. Sometimes I don't get up for 8 hours straight from a chair. Like, I don't know how I do it sometimes, to be honest with you. But I do it because it's fun. Like, I'm having fun with the chat and everything while so anyway, Discord after the stream's over, and that's the place to be. Join our Discord, check it out, and we got people adding awesome stuff all the time and conversing, and it's bringing engineers together, and it's making them share kind of all their cool little secrets, just anything they find. We have zones over there to throw different things that are stuff you could learn from, or stuff you're doing, or stuff you want to ask questions about. It's very cool, and we're building that out as we speak. It's in progress. It's there, it works, and it's getting better. So it's Morgs is saying, I used Guitar Strip from SSL, was very impressed how quick and cool the default resulted sound-wise. Cool, probably send an email through. Nice. I used Guitar Strip from SSL, was very impressed how quick. Nice. I've never actually tried. I'll hit you with the link, Brian. I never actually tried SSL anything other than their go-to plugins, because if you know anything about the way I roll, I really don't seek out plugins. I feel like I already have way too many. And that's just a really good mindset to have, I think, because we could always buy more stuff, but it's at the end of the day, it's like you're collecting digital plugins that will one day not be updated. And how many do you really need? I recommend getting as much as you can out of every single plugin you own before you ever reach for one. Like, go buy another one, But that's why, like, I've never tried any. I don't actually ever feel the urge to try anything new unless it's super special. Like Gates, something that Gates better, like Oxford's Gate 2. I'm interested in trying that. There's a couple I'm interested in trying. That's one of them, but it's very few. It's really rare that I actually go out and buy new plugins. Super rare. So yeah. And for some reason, I like the old school stuff. I like the stuff that's based on the gear, because that's the stuff that makes the most sense to my brain. The stuff with more visuals, and I don't want it. I think it's worse. I use this view because it's easier to mix with this view, where you can't actually see as much than it is to mix with this Pro Tools window. Like, this is actually harder. When you start working like this, it's harder. It's because it's distracting for no reason. It's like, why am I looking at all this? Like, I don't want to see it. So I just roll in this view for at least half the mix, and I'm happier. So let me start twisting some knobs. Thank you for joining Discord, Brian. You are awesome. I appreciate that. GDP appreciates it. We got a lot of other people over there. It's growing all the time, and it's definitely a place that people can connect. We can continue the conversation over there. It's pretty sweet. So the only thing is, while we're on the live stream, I can't be in both places at the same time. So it's you could definitely post something there, to be, and I'll check it out after, and people will check it out after. But I just don't want to encourage people to be there while we're here. At this point, I like to know anything you guys are working on. If you got something going on your end on Pro Tools or whatever DAW you use, whatever you're fighting with, let me know because I find it helpful to any questions throw in there. Anything you just started using that you like, throw in there. It's all good. Nice. Brian said I'll be recording pre-pro tonight with the mobile rig. I'll monitor when the room fills up. Nice, dude. It's that's pretty cool. I'll be recording pre-pro tonight with the mobile. What's your mobile rig? Curious about that. What's going on? Marsubel. What's doing? What's good? What's doing? Marsubel? How you doing over there? Brian saying Zoom H6 into Ableton, create the tempo map, then import to Pro Tools for the actual recording we're doing DIs tonight. Okay, cool. Zoom H6. Man, I don't know if that's... I had the worst experience with a Zoom once. It was like an 8-channel recorder, and the clock was literally for shit. It kept drifting all over the place. So that's the worst part about... We had to link multiple things because it was like 15 or 16 things we were tracking at the time, and we had like 2 8-channel jams, and the freaking clock on that Zoom was a disaster. It was it made it impossible to link it up and use like that as a slave clock, but this was a long time ago. So yeah, I don't know. That was its own thing. That was its own thing. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, Marsubel. Marcubale or Marcubali. Marcubali. How you doing, Marcubali? Oh, Marco Bali. I think I finally understood what you said. I didn't understand now because you wrote, "Oh, it's from the recording." You're talking about the construction noise? Yeah, dude. That's part of this thing. Now I get it. You wrote, "It's pretty distracting." I think you're talking about the construction noise. That's part of the vision of this track, you know? It was I was talking to Nick, who is like the man with the plan behind this song and put this whole band together. And there's he's basically like, this song is meant to be kind of this battle. I don't want to paraphrase what he said, but the point is, it's like this battle between what you want to do, what you got to do, and this construction part of it. And there's at some points there's people kind of talking to each other back and forth, but it's obviously it's like, forget the bag and live your life. Or I don't know what the freaking song is, from his point of view, what he would say it's about. But I could tell you that we talked specifically about that construction site noise. And he's like, it should be there, but it doesn't have to be there the whole time. Because that was my suggestion. I was like, when this thing gets dense, can I get rid of that thing? Because my first thought was, the last thing we need when this thing gets dense is a bunch of freaking, tractors rolling around making crazy low end rumble and jackhammers and whatever that is. I was like, we could keep it there in the parts that are sparse because you'll hear it and it'll be cool, but I'm gonna kind of lower it a lot or get rid of it in the parts that are super dense. And that's like a weird construction. Here we go. This is what you're talking about. How hilarious is that? I find it amazing, to be honest with you. I think it's really cool. I'm all for it. I'm all for it in a big way. Let us take that a step further and see. When we listen to it, I'll kind of turn it down. It's just everything's at 0 at the moment, pretty much. So as I go through, we're going to find a place and a home for that thing. But at the moment, it's just got to be there. I could probably cut it at the moment, but I don't want to do that because it's going to be there. I'll cut it at the dense parts. Tractors are awesome. I agree. It's like, it's a working construction site is what we have going on. So, but once you hear the vocals, I think it'll start to make sense because there's like construction workers talking and stuff. But at the moment, we're working on the drums, so it's a little counterproductive. But let's hear it. All right. Now, just wanted to touch base for a sec here. Brian saying this track slaps. I agree because these guys are so good. So it gives me so many vibes. It gives me Prince vibes. It gives me Parliament Funkadelic vibes. Just George Clinton being like, we need to do this. It just gives me so many great vibes. All right. Eddie Hazel, one of my favorite guitarists from Parliament, when they did the album Maggot Brain. That's like Eddie Hazel shining on that first track, which is basically, there's a crazy story behind that first track. I really love that story. And I think George Clinton told Eddie to play the guitar solo like as if he just got word that like his mother died or something crazy. So he went into it and just, it's one of the greatest performances of all time caught on record. And you know it's one performance straight through, and it's phenomenal. It's just such, it's so much emotion in it. So what I wanted to say about what we got going on is I'm sort of dialing in drums first so that I know where else everything's going to sit. That's my way of usually how I prefer to mix, is like I leave everything in the whole time so that I don't have to twist knobs more than I would need to. And so for me, it's like if I leave everything in, I can kind of hear how the things are going to work together, how the puzzle pieces will start to fit together. That doesn't mean you can't solo all the drums and start from there and then put in the bass. And a lot of people do that. I leave it all in the whole time, most of the time. I'll start dialing stuff in. I know what I want from toms. And a lot of this is also because I've mixed 4 other tracks from these guys recently. So on this same session. So in other words, they recorded like 5 songs. This was one of them. And what I'm doing is basically toms, bringing in the low end, cutting out some of the mud in the middle, and bringing the attack up on the top. So I'm boosting like 3-4K, sometimes even below that a little, like 2-5. I'm getting rid of a lot of the middle, and I'm boosting like 50 hertz, 70 hertz, depending on how big the tom is. As I go through, I know already I need some low end out of my overheads because the room has a tendency to, for some reason, they have a weird effect on the room, like a reverb, and putting a lot of low end like in my room mic is not going to work as well as with the overheads. I've found the overheads kind of give me that picture of the drums as if I'm sitting in the room watching the drummer, and that feels really good. I noticed with some low end on it, because there's just a kick close mic, there's no kick out. So there's nothing I would typically use to bring in the low end, like a kick out mic or a middle of the room or something, and just take off a lot of the top end and just boost a lot of the bottom and blend that in with the rest of the drums. And now we got all this nice low end. So I'm sort of splitting the difference using my overheads to give me some low end, in addition to the room a little bit. But if I use too much on the room, it gets super muddy because of this reverb that was recorded. It was printed with the track. I'm all for printing stuff. I just wouldn't do it with a reverb necessarily. You know, I think it was done because the room mic was supposed to be a talkback and it sounded too dry. So they added something to it and printed it with it on it. There's no version of this without any effect on it. But it wreaks a little bit of havoc on what we're doing. But like everything else, you lean into the problems. Wherever the problems are, you're going to just make that work. So we just can't do what I might normally do on a room. It's also a mono room, which is interesting. It's not a stereo pair of room mics. It's one room. Like I said, because it was kind of a talkback in design, I think that was the original reason. It was a mic so somebody could do a scratch vocal and have a little bit of a way to communicate with the engineer, that kind of thing. So anyway, as we dial stuff in, I leave everything in the whole time. I try to get my stuff going as quick as possible. Things like 808 and claps, I EQ last or like not at all, because those are samples. So we have an 808 and we have a clap. Odds are the samples that were chosen because they work. I might have to massage them into place later, but if I don't know where the bass is sitting or where the guitar is sitting and where the kicks are sitting, you don't always know where you're going to fit that stuff. So I just kind of leave that alone and just work on the real mics first. And that includes bass, it includes all the drums, and we're just going to boogie on through. Alex Christoph drums, how we doing, buddy? My dude Alex Christoph, bro. Shout out to Luna. Shout out to Mandatory Backstretch. The dude is like, it's our resident chiropractor, Alex Christoph Drums. I don't think he's actually an official chiro, but he might as well be because he helps us out, keeps our back straight. As engineers, we're sitting all day. He reminds me to do the stretch. I think every time he throws it in there, everyone join us in a back crack, little twisty blisty over here. It helps. And I'm glad you're around, dude, because this is that funky track, man. I was hoping some people were going to catch this. I had to start this today because I was fiending it, but I had a lot of other stuff to get done, so it wound up being later than usual. You heard that pop this time. Nice. That's what's up, dude. Alex is a blast machine. Nice, dude. It's you're right about that. Morgs wrote, always learning. I think I'll always aim for the sound to be right in my ears, especially on guitar first. I may be wrong to think that way. I hear it after a few tweaks from another mix and is better, ? I may be wrong to think that way. I hear it after a few tweaks from another mix and is better. I'm not quite following, but that's okay. Sometimes I don't follow. I think I'll always aim for the sound to be right in my ears. Well, I guess you mean super close up. That's a good thing. Depends what you like, right? Some people like drums to sound huge and big and in a giant room. I actually prefer them to sound slightly more dead than that because I like 70s drums that were tight as opposed to and 90s drums that were tight. Like, there's a mix there. Some 90s drums were bigger than others. Depends what you're dealing with, but I really like tight sounding drums. So there's kind of a sweet spot for me. I like the way the Kinks drums sound a lot. You know, there's some really good drummers out there that play really well in tighter rooms. I don't know. It's a weird personal taste thing. You'll never get two engineers to agree on what like the right amount of length on a snare drum is. That's just one of those weird situations. But in my case, for stuff like this, I lean into what they give me. I don't want to put it in a place it's not unless it's really bad where it is. And my opinion of really bad, the threshold for that's very high because I want to accept what they're giving me, whatever that is. If it's a dead drum set sound, then that's where we're going with this. If it's a big drum set sound, then that's where we're going with this. And, you know, don't try to change everything. Just mess with what they give you. That's the beauty of the SSL. You don't have to do a whole lot. You get that little one light on the compressor, that first light just flashing at you here and there, sometimes just barely flashing at you, that little dim version of it. That's the money. You get that on a bunch of tracks. There's a cumulative effect that adds up. I'll put it that way. It adds up, and that's why I love these plugins, because they do something when you kind of work with them all together like this, as a console. It does something really cool. So that combined with the fact that you can distort each channel in multiple ways with the impedance and with the mic pre, you know, you can change where that saturation kind of resides, how aggressive it is. It's really cool. So let's mess around, keep rolling. For anyone just joining us, I hope you're digging this amazing song that might as well be Prince. This thing is a Prince George Clinton Parliament Funkadelic masterpiece done by Nicholas Desouza and Hairbrain. Pretty amazing sounding track. I freaking love this thing. And it's ridiculously cool. And we just started. So anybody joining us, I welcome you. You're all awesome. If you throw something in the chat, I will know who you are, and I will share nothing but love. And so will everyone here, because we're a bunch of engineers that are just like you, working on stuff in our studios at the moment. And a lot of people wind up doing their own work while they're part of the chat and just being part of other people working. It's like you're in a studio and everybody's working in all the rooms. It facilitates better work and for you to keep working. And you pop out and you talk in the chat, you're all over the place. Everybody's welcome. Join our Discord if you haven't already. That's where we continue the conversation. And you can basically, any questions, feel free, throw them in there. Nothing's off limits when it comes to audio. So if your audio up, you got audio questions, throw them in there. This song is funky. Funky. What's going on here? Let's get back in the game. Let's find another starting point to rock and roll from. This song is so acid jazz. I dig that, GDP. This is it. It reminds. I don't know what I'd call this funk jazz. It's funk jazz. Everything's jazz technically if it's if it's out there enough, right? But this is like more funk. This is acid funk. I don't even know if you should use the word jazz in this. Cubicle Records. Nah, dude. No, it's, everybody on different sides of the hallway. Like, that's how it was at big studios. There would be lots of rooms and lots of people working all at the same time. When stuff coming out was amazing, that was the norm. It wasn't like one guy alone in a room and no one else for miles the way it is these days. That's crazy to me. So yeah, I just picture everyone in their own studio, and we're like I don't know if you ever saw the movie Lawnmower Man, or any movie, the movie Hackers, any movie where they simulate what it's like to have like computers connected. That's totally unrealistic, but awesome nonetheless. Visually, all those movies are awesome. And yeah, that's what it is. I don't know. I just picture everyone in their own spot doing it up. And not like sardines, but spread out, nice, enjoying themselves in their own environment, but yet connected nonetheless. Guitar OD sounds like a Mesa boogie. It could be. It could be a Mesa. Actually, no, it's it could be. I don't know. I don't want to say anything. I don't know for sure what it is. I know that he ran his pedal board out into potentially direct, because the drums have no bleed of guitar amps in them at all. So, I refuse to believe everything was really well isolated. If I'm not mistaken, the guitar pedal board has a stereo out going into a direct signal. So this is like, pre-programmed sounds of some kind, and they sound awesome. So this should also tell you that like you could have a fractal or something and rock it if you set the stuff the way you like. Bottom line, I'm a guy who likes amps personally. I like the air in there, but this sounds great. No, this doesn't make me like want for another sound. I actually really like the guitar tones that Nick used the entire time, and Nick's the one playing the guitar, and he's phenomenal. So it's so much feel that it works. Brian saying, I had a Frankenstein Axis pedal for a long time, learned really bad habits that I'm trying to break with a newer Axis. Played Sonar before that. Oh, nice. Yep. I think when you're really nasty like Nick is, you could play anything through any sounds. You'll just make it sound the way you hear it in your head, The stuff he dialed in was really good, I think. I really like it. Yeah, so I know he's got a bunch of pedals. I don't know what he was using for this. I do not know. I do not know. I wish I knew. Trick Pro V1, the short boards, started on Iron Cobra speed. Oh, nice. Premium quality pedals will make life so much easier. The amount of adjustability with trick pedals surpasses all over. The pedal I use when I play drums is the Pearl. It's that Pearl that's like silver with the orange like rubber on it. You know, it's like orange, whatever you call it, like brake pads or something on it. But it's a silver pedal, and it's the steel drive or something. I don't know. I don't remember. But it wasn't cheap. It was like $120 or something. Might be cheap for a pedal, but you know, I bought it. I think I might have bought it on Reverb. It could have been even more than that, and it was used or something. I'm not sure, but it's a great pedal. I buy a lot of stuff used. That thing has been amazing. Never had a problem with it, but that pedal was a huge upgrade from like the DW Pacific one I started on years back. And I just remember thinking, this pedal makes a lot of difference. So I could see that. Alex Christos said he watched a 6-hour symposium about reverb today. I believe it, dude. I believe it. That's what's out there. The trick with reverb is EQ it after the reverb. Every reverb's going to need a different EQ job. The other thing to think about is don't sweat the technique about, like, what I was going to say is don't sweat phase, but then all I heard was don't sweat the technique in my head, so I had to jump over there. But don't sweat the technique. All I heard was when you're EQing reverbs, what I used to try to do is just filter the top and bottom out. I realized you got to filter the middle out too sometimes, because there's a buildup in some area that might work for a song or not work, and you want your ability to control that, so you put an EQ after that reverb and deal with it. Not only top and bottom, but also the middle, and make it do whatever you want it to do. Ultimately, you can change the sound of a reverb a lot by just EQing it. So that's the answer. And never fear, phase bullshit. Never fear it, because, there's a phase shift, a phase issue, a phase whatever. No, it's not true. It's like sometimes if it's causing a problem that's bad, you deal with it, and maybe, you lower the volume of that track significantly so it's not in the way and it's not bad if that's a problem. If it's not a problem, don't make it a problem. And that's really all it is. It's like people are so crazy about stuff they heard somebody say once that probably, didn't know up from down. And that's the truth. Everybody does that stuff. So even though if you got a reverb in parallel and you're EQing it and you're like, uh-oh, I'm going to be messing with the phase with it. Well, does it sound shitty? If it does, then it's not good. If it doesn't sound shitty, you're doing okay. Don't think there's always something out there that you don't know. Just deal with it. And you don't always have to use a linear phase EQ or any nonsense to EQ the freaking reverb. Just use whatever. And like I said, if it sounds bad, then try a linear phase if you want. If not, you don't need to. I hardly ever use linear phase EQs. But if I need to, I throw it up there. You bet your bottom dollar I'll throw it up there. What do we got? Angelina Jolie was in Hackers. Was she? Was she? Oh, of course she was. Crash Override. Was that the love interest? Was that what it was? Probably. Let's set up a bunch of mobile trucks, meet in a parking lot, and have a tailgate. I love it. Hit the like button if you guys are interested in that, in doing a tailgate mixing session with a bunch of mobile trucks, and we'll just, one band, 17 different mobile trucks of recording equipment, and we'll all just, record everything, and then nobody will sync up the clocks, and nothing will match up later, and it'll all be drifting all over the place. Perfect. Anybody wants that, hit that like button. Midnight Blue. If we didn't share space, I would never have heard that song. That's true. That's true. Exactly. Line 6 included. I agree. I used to take this amp out to gigs and I would cover the Line 6 logo with a piece of gaff tape, and people would come up to me and go, "Yo, what's your amp? It sounds so good." And I'd be like, "You don't want to know what it is." Like, it wasn't the Spider, it was the Flex Tone. I think it's called Flex Tone or Flex Tube Tone or something. I don't know, but it might have had a tube preamp, but it wasn't a tube amp. It was a solid state amp. It might have had like a little bullshit tube, one of them or something, but it was a solid state amp. And that thing, it might not have any tubes in it, to be honest with you. Plenty of sounds. I didn't need to take a pedal board because you could program 4 presets, and it was pretty loud. So that thing went with me for a lot of different gigs. Like, I brought it around a lot because I was like, okay, if it gets bounced around, who cares? If I leave it in the truck, who cares? There's so many like solid reasons to bring that thing. And then, I love tube amps, but you can't deny the portability of something like that. Although it was pretty heavy, but everything's heavy. A pedal board and an amp is heavier than a heavy amp. So, you know what I'm saying. The Pearl Eliminator. It could be called the Pearl Eliminator. That's possible. $1,400 for the trick double pedals worth everything. That's the thing. Oh, Pong Master. Give you all the sounds, Pong Master. How you doing over there? Pong Master saying, any chance you know Charles Wallace from the Brooklyn area? Singer-songwriter. He had a session player called Nick for overdubs. Wonder if it's the same guy anyway. Charles Wallace. Singer-songwriter. No, there's more musicians in the New York, like Brooklyn area, probably than anywhere. Maybe not California and Nashville, but maybe. Like, it's super saturated with musicians. And so, no, I don't know Charles Wallace. I know a bunch of, people that used to play around that area, and I actually knew like 3 Nicks. So it's kind of a common name. I don't think that's the same guy. But Nick used to play Brooklyn also, but they're in LA now. And yeah, it's it's a lot of musicians. But I appreciate you throwing that in there, Pong Master. Morgs H5L, I'd like to. I can send a track based off drum beat. Sure. Nice. It sounded like Pong Master fell on the drum set and horn. That's just my awesome technique of just hitting every button that I can get my hands on in random orders. And then you kind of get your own theme song from it. And there's a construction site in here for anyone curious. There's a construction. You guys already know probably what I'm going to do. I'm going to pan this thing like all over the place. Maybe brower motion's even the way to go, because it won't be just left and right. It'll be like far away and close to us and kind of circling around. I'm going to pan the thing around so I can make it lower by a lot, because it's too loud. It's too in our face. I like the construction site thing, but it's just too annoying to just keep hearing it. So we're going to go with like circles. Talk to me, circles. Talk to me, circles. This classic circle. What's going on here? Where did I go? Camping? Where did I go? Circles. There we go. Circle. All right, now that thing's just a little less annoying now. gonna dial in this guitar real quick. You got a drum set in front of you, dude? You know what? When I have a drum set in front of me, I instantly sit down and I go. I try to play two things all the time. I do the When the Levee Breaks beat like first, and then I attempt Fool in the Rain. It's like always the go-to. I don't think I've gotten Fool in the Rain right yet, but it doesn't stop me from attempting it. But yeah, that's usually how I roll. That's our horns of good luck and good measure and good twisting of knobs. Let's see what happens here. See, the guitar actually changes sounds a couple times, so you got to be aware of that. Also, put in what's not there. It's like how I like to think about it. Like, if the guitar's super high-end heavy, a lot of times you can get away with adding like some 400 to it to just make the high-end not so abrasive. Adding low-end is a really good way to make the high-end not hurt your ears. So you can kind of, the high-end gets balanced by more low-end. And vice versa, the same thing works. You could basically add opposites to make up for what's not there. That's how I think about it sometimes. So if the guitar is all playing, like, you can't really do this if the guitar is moving all over the fretboard. But if it stays up and it's doing just single note kind of stuff, a little low end beef can't hurt it. But if he goes to play chords, it's going to sound crazy. So you got to kind of be aware of what's there. Yeah, dude, you shouldn't think like that. The synth's overpowering the solo. Nobody's thinking like that now. You twist stuff in, you then assess what's too loud or too low once you've dialed in or got to hear whatever it is you were looking to hear. You can't dial stuff in if it's barely audible. So you have to kind of dial stuff in. Once you've dialed it in, then you adjust the volume. So volume moves don't get made till late in the game, bottom line. You can't make your correct volume move early. You could kind of get close, but once you start dialing stuff in, you're going to want to hear it. And then once you hear it, you can tuck it in. So my goal is always to get the most out of the sounds where, like, in the frequency that I want. So clearly the synths are now loud because I was just dialing them in. As soon as the synths kind of start to feel the way I want synths to feel, then I can tuck them all in. But the other thing to keep in mind is that we just started this mix about an hour and 13 minutes ago. So there's really no need for this is a far cry from what it's going to be when it's done, bottom line. And keep in mind, I always mix low. I mix low for the probably 75% of the mix, which is the only reason that I can maintain some sort of headspace. I'm even going to lower it a little bit now too. Some sort of headspace on what the hell I'm doing, because mixing low is the answer for anybody who's like pissed off at how their mixes sound at the end. You probably didn't spend enough time mixing low. As soon as your ears start compressing, it's all over. But part of mixing low means things are going to be too loud until you tuck them in, because how do you hear them to dial them in? You got to make it where you can hear it. Then you dial it in. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, Brian, we're on the same page, dude. We are on the same page, my dude. Mix low, turn stuff up so you could hear it, and work from there. It's impossible to dial something in at the right volume because you won't be able to hear what you're doing. The other thing is there's a lot of synths going on because the keys become a synth. The keys are nice and piano-y now, and that won't last forever. It's going to turn into this synth piano sound that's like combined without the synths. It's just here. And then there's additional synths on these tracks. So you bet your bottom dollar these things are coming down. Let's run the drums into this parallel, 79, 78. I like a little smush. You know what I'm saying? We got to smush that. Smush that. I bring it up to some reasonable level that's sort of in the middle of the road, like 10-2. I'll click follow main pan so that then I can just drag this thing to everything. But the volume is usually drastically different on cymbals. If I have overheads and rooms, I lower the parallel a lot. Even on toms sometimes, if there's a lot of bleed I need to let through because the drummer's just pitter-pattering, like little, then I might need to relax the amount on the toms, because sometimes you're going to want your gates like wide open to be able to catch all that little pitter-patter. So all those little raindrops. Raindrop, drop top. Part of mixing is I don't think it's a tick, but every time I hear something that's part of a song, I have no choice but to just jump in a song. That's just part of the game over here. No choice. Listen to how much more presence the drums got instantly. I'm going to bring down this a little bit because it's a little much, but it's so obvious. I usually keep the makeup gain cranked and just decide how much I want out of this thing. Like essentially 8 dB, 12 dB, like, figure that part out. There's usually a sweet spot where everything sounds okay, and then a place where it sounds kind of shit. And you just gotta kind of thread the needle. Those sound effects are very bright. We gotta find those and deal with that. Like this thing. I don't like super bright stuff. Yeah, that's bright enough. I turned down some 8K. It was super bright on top. We don't really need to compress this thing. It's a build type of sound. Sometimes I'll hit it with a little of the compressor just so it adds a little of that flavor to it, because it's a sound. The SSL compressors are so fast that it's a sound. You know, if you keep the release super fast and you're just tapping the ratio, it just changes the tone a bit. Okay, that's fine. It's darker now. It was super annoyingly bright before. Maybe I'll even roll off some more on the... That's a sample. I'll leave it alone. Let's see what else we got. How loud are these things? That one's not as annoying. What's this one doing? This is basically like a crash, but it's just a spacey space McStacey. Let's hit this with the width. Oh, we already did. See, I went through and just widthed up a lot of these sounds that I want kind of only on the sides and out of the way of the middle. Find the synths. See, this one's mostly high end. When in doubt, switch to the red knob, darker, more flavor, less annoying on top. The other thing, like I said, I'm adding low end to combat the bright, sharp annoyingness. This is the annoying one. We'll just add some fizz on top, maybe a little low end. I'm doing it in solo because it's such a weird sound. Also wanted to find my pain points. Solo is good for finding pain points. Like when you hear something that sucks and then you want to identify where does it suck. It's helpful to do it in solo. But most of the time, solo's kind of only good to just be like, what am I EQing? Okay, good. what sound is this? Is this an elephant farting? Perfect. All right, we're rocking and rolling here. just going to turn down our mix bus a smidgen from 3 dB. All right, there's vocals all over this part, but I'm sort of like, I don't care about the vocals just yet. We're going to deal with those in a minute. What I also might do is this, because I think they're only on top of each other. Like, I think they're on, that's it. Like, I think they're only on top of each other. Let's hear. Let's check it out. Yeah, see these two synths, they're both at the same time. So let's not fight with them. Let's play in one left and one right. Get over there. Get over here. Yeah, they're kind of opposite sounds. Like one's low and one's high. But we'll see if we can still get away with it. I want to flip it the other way and see if I like that better. Feeling these things now. Just lower them a little bit. Oh, Ricky Martin, Alex? Is that what's up? The Ricky Martin dude, Charles Dye, bro. That dude's the man. Ice Age coming, Ice Age coming. Yep. Alex Christos said, Evan, shout out to you and the Ricky Martin mixer. I finally found the sweet spot with the tape emulator, saturation, and tube emulation. Been doing me wrong. Tape is clean and booming. Yup. I think you mean doing me wrong like that's stupid in a good way, right? I think that's what you mean. The sweet spot with the tape emulator, saturation, and tube emulator. Yup. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's fun to do stuff like that. Every song doesn't need it, too. Depends like how dense it is of a song. Like there's a lot of reasons why you might want to do it or not. I like to learn stuff like that so that then I can decide when I want to use it. It's a tool in the toolbox, but you don't always have to use it. Like specifically on a song with a lot of keyboards, it doesn't always help. When I make a keyboard dirty, it doesn't sound so good. And he didn't actually saturate the keyboards that way. He didn't do that tube tape thing on his keyboards because I understand why. Because when you take it to like, you know, a clean sounding keyboard with programmed sounds in it, it doesn't always work. Like I don't love the sound of a distorted MIDI keyboard. It sounds weird to me. You know what I mean? So I can see why that wouldn't be a good idea. Even like a Rhodes or something, it sort of has its own flavor and color. And once you start distorting that, it's not preferable. So it works on some things really well and it doesn't work on other things. And, you know, a lot of times it depends on how it was recorded also is what I find. Like it's a good tool to have in the toolbox, like to do all those steps of saturation and stuff, but it's not always necessary. Most of the mixes that I've done recently have been do less mentality means I'm getting some saturation on the plugin itself, sometimes adding like a tape kind of thing at the end, but the saturation on the channel strip takes the place of the tube for me. That does a little something like the tube does, and then I just add the tape thing sometimes at the end for a little more, and sometimes I don't use it at all. So, you know, to each his own. Yeah, he also didn't do that on vocals. He kept the keyboards clean and the vocals clean. Like on the guitar, I added, or not on the solo, but I will now, just a little touch of this. I'm also going to throw on the Cooper. Good old Cooper time, Coop. Cooper time, Coop. Gotta love a little Cooper time cube. And what channel is that? 7 and 8. I want to throw this on to kind of beef up this guitar. Just give it a little more space around it. My go-to, just like -10, 2. I don't like to hit my sends too hard. I went through ahead of time and made sure these weren't just doubles for no reason. Like this was actually 2 performances. I always do the thing that I recommend people do is basically, like, I could take these off to do it, but what you basically do is you put an EQ, like one band, anything on when the tracks are the same volume. If the volume's different, this won't work. And that's why I always tell people, like, volume affects how much you find phase annoying. It's part of it, because a different volume will actually cause a reverse. One of these tracks, if we reverse the polarity on the EQ but keep everything else the same, including the volume, it will cancel out if it's exactly the same thing. If it's not the same thing, something is different. That could be a guitar pedal on this one that's not on this one. You know, I know he had actually 4 outs of his guitar, 2 going one pedal board, 2 going to another pedal board. And if that second pedal board had 1 pedal on it that was on, and the other one, you know, had no pedals that were on, they're going to sound different. So when I find that they're different, I keep them both because they're contributing to the sound in some way. But in moments where, like here, that was exactly the same. That's why it's muted, because when I played this, it canceled out. So there's actually no difference between these 2 tracks. It's just a duplicate. So makes it annoying to have to go through a track and figure that out. But trust me when I tell you, it'll save you time, because you'll be mixing and you'll be like, why does this freaking thing get so loud all of a sudden? It's because it's doubled up in volume because you got a duplicate. You got to find your duplicates. And, you know, sometimes it's an accident when that stuff gets left in. Sometimes it's because, you know, of more than an accident. More than an accident, more than an accident, a few miles around me. I don't know what that was. It was like, I think I'm dreaming, but more than an accident. More than an accident, more than an accident. Here we go. Brian Piontek said, I did a thing this weekend, took slate trigger and printed the MIDI, sent that MIDI to ShowBuddy Active and a DMX encoder hooked up to an LED strip going around my drum rack, synced lighting. Nice. Nice, dude. Yeah, I played with a drummer a bunch of times. He's a good friend of mine, and he has an awesome lighting setup. And whenever he would, like, do the extra, it's so much work. He'd bring the whole lighting rig and all the stuff and the controller with the thing, and it was really cool. But it was also a ton of work. But yeah, that's just a whole other thing. Like, doing lights is nothing. I have no clue what to do when it comes to lights. Like, that's not my field. I recommend people specialize in stuff. Don't just be like okay at a bunch of shit. Like, specialize in something. That's why I don't know shit about lights, and I'm fine with it. No clue what's going on with lights. That's somebody else's job. But at the same time, it's pretty cool. You got to have a guy who does lights if you want to have your band be cool. Everybody knows that. Okay, so this is Alex Kristoff. Okay, so this is the track. So this track is basically lemon lime energy drinks back in the 90s, maybe a Batman movie. Ooh, I dig that. The old school Batman movie, Michael Keaton Batman. Michael Keaton, Jack Nicholson Batman. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Back in 1997, an episode of Pokemon with rapid flashing lights sent 600 kids to the hospital with epilepsy seizure. Woo! That's terrible, GDP Japan. GDP Japan with the news. Alex Kristoff drums. GDP, I went through a phase of experimenting with sensory deprivation, earplugs, eye cover, and flashing lights at different colors and sequences. Neat stuff. But that's pretty crazy. The 031 track could come in a little sooner, I feel. You could be wrong, track. What's 031? What even is that? Does something here say 031? You must be joking. Like, what the hell are you talking about? What's 031? I don't know what 031 is. But no, it's not our job to move stuff around. So get that out of your head. Get it out of there. Your job as a mixer is not to change where stuff is. You know, when I'm doing a certain type of music that's in a very sparse song, then it's my job to like add cool flavor, vocal effects, things to like give it some kind of cool energy and stuff, you know, that because it wasn't there. But when it comes to a song like this, when you get a song with layers on layers and you get a band playing tight, the last thing you're ever going to do is move stuff around, because wherever it was played was intentional. And our goal is not to make perfect music. There is no perfect music. We want all the imperfections. You leave every single one of those in. And if you can't remember to do that, you tattoo it on your forearm. Leave every mistake in. It's important. It's not up to us to decide whether it's a mistake or not. The person who played it was awesome. The only time I might do that is if like something's clearly out of key or something and it hurts. But I'll try my hardest and bite down on a piece of, you know, a leather wallet if I have to make sure that it actually hurts and not that I'm just, you know, wanting it to be another note, because that's what happens. We all have opinions and tastes. We want things to be a certain way, but the way it is the way that matters the most. So try to leave it the way it is. Do your best to try to leave it the way it is. You shouldn't be moving anything around. I don't care when things come in or out or in. That's what they intended. Bada bing, bada boom. And I also don't know what 0301 is or whatever that is. 031. No idea what that is. More than an accident, I feel that was wrong. I don't know any of the words. That's what makes it so hard to actually imitate that, because all I know is the words I'm not singing. The I think I'm dreaming and more than a feeling part. That's like all I know. That's it. That sounds exactly like the description of the music for this song. Preach, preach. I love that imperfections right. Exactly, dude. Turn the imperfections up. Why don't you? That's actually a good idea. So far, I haven't heard a single imperfection. Not a single one. So it's not like I'm sitting here going, man, how do I make this sound good? It sounds freaking great. Let's deal with these vocals a little bit. This is what I'm going to do for the vocals, right? I'm going to group them. So we'll call these, I don't know, this is like male gang vocals. So we're just going to basically group them and say male gang V. And we're going to go to globals and make sure our B track, which is, insert B. See the B? Just checks all around. Solid. Okay, and now that's the only thing highlighted. Sometimes I do a double check just to make sure I'm not twisting crazy knobs. And then we're going to do the same thing for this vocal, which is the female gang vocals. So over here, A voc gang. Make sure B is lit up. B is lit up. So this locks us in. So all I have to do is twist one knob and they all go. That could work. It could not, but we'll start there. Maybe we'll do Lalas are only 3 tracks. We'll leave those alone. I'm just doing this with the annoying stuff that's like tons of tracks. Even these we'll leave alone. It's just I don't want to dial in freaking 9 things. So I'm leaving that out of it. Same here. I don't want to dial in 6 things or whatever that is. It's too many things. It's too many things. Let's go back in the game. Back in the game. Get your head in the game. Gee, get your head in the game. Here we go. Here we go. We got Alex Christoph saying, question, if my Atom audio monitors basically translate everything as sounding spectacular all the time, I have now resorted to using them for volume balancing very effectively, but no EQ work. I don't get it. Are you asking a question? Is that a question? It's like, question. Good morrow, Atom Audio, wherefore art thou? Thou dost, bringeth thee on the good morning of, Zion. I don't know what we're saying here. If my Atom audio monitors basically translate everything as sounding spectacular all the time, I have now resorted to using them for volume balancing very effectively, but no EQ work. I don't know what that means. I think you're making a statement. Is that the wrong use of monitoring? Okay. It was, is that the wrong use of monitoring? No. There's no wrong use of monitoring. There's no crying. There's no crying in baseball. There's no crying. You could do whatever you want. I keep the monitors kind of low for most of the mix so that I don't fry my ears. But I can't possibly see using a monitor for one thing and not the other. Like, EQ is volume balancing. Like, it's the same thing. When I'm moving faders around, that will change if I decide to add, 12 dB at 3K. I think of that as a fader on 3K boosted by 12 dB. So there's like horizontal faders, which are your EQ, is how I think about it, and then vertical faders, which is the track itself. The track itself is like a global raise of volume for that specific instrument, but you think raising 12 dB at 3K isn't going to give you a volume increase? Of course it will. They're all the same thing. Like, EQ is volume increase. It's really all it is. So, if you're cutting, it's volume decrease. So they're the same. So in other words, if you can balance the faders at low volumes, you can EQ. You can use the same things to EQ. That's what I would do. I don't know why you'd shy away from that. You just got to learn them, which means, and this is the tough part, if you have a monitor that you think sounds good all the time, that could be good, could be bad, but it could be good, because what that means is you have to determine where the line is between really good and then not so good, because it's possible your monitors may be such that the not so good line is as bad as it gets. There's no shit. It'll never do shit for you. That, crap sound, that off the deep end. It'll just go from good to not so good. And that could be like the very small distance, and that would be hard to work on. I like when my speakers tell me when shit really sucks and when it's really good. I like that. I prefer it. But if you have a speaker that makes everything sound great, you still have the same answers being fed to you. There just might be a small gap between really good and then not so good, and that's as bad as it gets. And it'll happen on the top end, on the low end, in the mid-range. So you just got to kind of learn what that is. But it exists, and in my opinion, the better the monitor, the more of a gap there is. Now, that's the craziest explanation I've ever heard for why a monitor is more expensive or better than another monitor, but that's how I think about it. And the cool thing about some monitors, like NS10s, is they have that, and they're not expensive. So the same thing with mix cubes. They have that, and they're not expensive. There's a big gap between good on those speakers and not good. It's a huge gap. So when it's not good, because it just sucks until it is good. And I feel like there's a lot of, it's almost like if you look at a football field, it's like 80 yards of that football field is shit, and then 20 yards of it is good. So there's a huge amount of space that's not good that you'll battle in to get to that 20% that is good. And it's interesting, but that's why those always worked for me. But yeah, like that demarcation line between good and not so good is an interesting one. And I think it's almost more helpful if they're bad most of the time and only good sometimes than good all the time and never not good. That's why I actually couldn't really work on the keys, because I felt like it would have taken me 10 years to learn them because everything was good. The difference between great and crap was like never crap. It was just not as good. It was great and not as good, but still pretty good. It's like, man, how does anybody use these? I don't know. Some people probably like them. Everyone's ears are different. So, bada bing, bada boom, betty boop. Yeah, no, it's bada bing. You get me now. You can empathize for sure. He means his monitor is always flattering, so just use it for comparisons, not for work. If this is your real impression of your monitors. Pongmaster worded it better than me. Yeah, no, it's I totally got what you're saying, and I think I answered it as well as I possibly could. It's I think you can use them because you just have to discover where the line is. That's what I'm saying. It could be harder to do for certain monitors that are very flattering, but there's a line between great and then not so good. But it might not be great and shit. It's great and not so good. You got to find that line, and then rock and roll, buddy. Rock and roll. Nice, dude. Brian sent a video. We'll check that out after. I want to encourage people to hit the Discord when the stream is done, but hang out here while the stream is rocking and rolling, and then we will direct our energy over that way. But yeah, dude, you can make any speakers work. You just have to learn them, and some speakers are harder to learn than others because they're always flattering, but they're still learnable because there's something that's good on them, and you just have to get a sense of what that is. Listen to a lot of stuff that you know, references that you know, not while you're mixing. I actually think references while you're mixing is a stupid idea. I don't think it's actually helpful. Not for me. But not for people who want their stuff to sound the way it sounds and not like something else. If you're trying to imitate a pop thing because you got a pop guy who's like, hey, I want to sound like Justin Bieber. Can you make it Post Malone? And I want that. Well, then you pull it up and you make that funny accent and you do what you got to do. But if you're just trying to rock and roll and like, figure out how much top end is too much or how much low end is too much, put on your favorite references that stress those things. Like for me, STP Purple is really good as a comparison to get to learn my speakers, because when I put Purple on, and I spent months listening to STP Purple and then mixing, and not usually back and forth, but just like listening to it and then going to work. And lately I've been throwing on all sorts of random cool stuff because I like to get in the zone before I start working, so I'll put on something. Gets me in a zone. But STP Purple has a lot of bass in it, especially for that era. So for that era of time, to have that much bass was rare. And I like a lot of bass. So when I put that on, it gives me a good sense of what my speakers do when the bass is right. And then, you could translate it to today, which is there's more bass in pretty much everything. But that's helpful. Find something that you think is really good sounding, but it's bright, and put that on before you mix. And just get a sense of where brightness is. That's bright. You know that song's bright. You've heard it your whole life, and it's bright. And now you're like, okay, this is what my speakers sound like when something's bright. So then if you scorch the sun that it's too bright, you got to back off. You know what I'm saying? Been jamming buttons. What's poppin', dude? Good to see you, buddy. We're over here now. We're doing our thing. We are doing our thing. GDP, don't mess with me over there, dude. Do not play with me, dude. But yeah, we got 07. I love how Bin Jamin comes in with the 07 constantly. That's his thing. He's the 07 guy. Bin Jamin. Buttons is here. That's what's up. We're rocking and rolling. Check out this track, Buttons. Let's just twist one set of knobs and have it apply to all of them, and we'll feel good about this one line. We work too hard, and we'll just hope everything else works, because it should. It's all approximately the same clip gain. I might want to lower this one a little bit to kind of get it all in the same ballpark, but let's hear it. See, if you don't know what I mean, look, every knob is turning. It's kind of cool. Turn the knobs, every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming round. Turn the knobs. I get a little bit nervous and I see the boogie look in your eye around bright. Every now and then I fall to turn around. Bright eyes. All I can think of is a wedding singer. Bugging every now and then I fall apart, and I need you now tonight. We work too hard. We work too hard. See, now we can hear it. Notice every knob's twisting at once because we're globally linked up here. We work too hard. Nice amount of compression because I don't have any other compressors on at the moment. Maybe we'll even turn a little juice on the scoose here. Scoose it up. We work too hard. All right, let's figure out where the girl vocal is because there's this cool girl vocal here. We got to get that in game. Let's get this thing jumping. And we're also globally grouped here. So if you're worried about groups, don't be. We're globally grouped. Turn the knobs. I think that should be a theme song, guys. That's our theme song. We have bicycle horn and turn around. Because it's turn the knobs, dude. That's the best. I don't know about you guys. Maybe it's just because it's late, but I'm feeling the Turn the Knobs theme song. See, I'm literally, somebody once asked me, like, how do you know what frequencies to twist? I don't know. In other words, I could come up with what it might be if I were to take a guess, but that's not what we're doing. We're twisting, and this is why I hate the visual. I twist and listen. If it gets boxy, I go above it or below it or cut it out, and then I'm just in my head going, I could use a little shine on that. So I grab the top knob on the EQ. I could use a little more low end, so I grab the low end. I want to take out some box, so I grab the low mid. You know what I'm saying? D-box. Bada bing. I mean, it's no, like, and I'm sweeping. This is why the SSL is so great. You just sweep and hit stuff. I remember Andy Wallace saying that. He's like, I never think about, am I at 200 or 250 or 300? He's like, I don't care. I just twist until it feels right. That includes sweeping the frequency. It includes the boost and the cut, and it includes the cue. You twist. You just twist. I'm glad you like it, Benjamin. It's pretty intense. I don't know why I keep going out of the game over here. It's almost like it's like I'm playing like some game with a map, and I keep going outside the map every time I jump to the desktop. Yeah, listen to that girl vocal. There's a rap here that nobody even knows about because it's so quiet. Let's deal with this rap. I might EQ these all differently. We're going to keep one in the center, one on the left, one on the right. Usually I'll take low end or something out the sides a little bit and then keep the one in the center super beefy. We're going to have to throw an extra compressor on this because it's the nature of this type of vocal. It comes and goes too much. So we're going to throw like a 76 on this thing. This will be the first thing other than the SSL that's gone on the mix yet. And that's what I mean by do less. Power highs, I fight to the ground. I remember why I'm here, why I look for your signs, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, say my goodbyes. Seems like everybody feel like maybe we're gonna like filter this one a bit. Something cool you could do is use this EQ instead of this one. This one's darker, but if you use this and then you crank your impedance down, you can basically darken this sucker up. So you'll have like 3 different choices of EQ essentially. You got your crispy, surgical and bright one. You got your darker, a little more colored version. And then if you just turn this on with this, you've got your slightly altered crispy version that becomes darker. So you've got like kind of middle ground because this gets kind of, I call it colorful, but it really sounds particularly good on drums, also vocals, but it's darker. It's darker and it's, I don't know, colorful is the right word for me because aggressive has a different connotation to me. Like I interpreting aggressive as sounding annoyingly harsh sometimes. Like aggressive to me is very close to harsh in the realm of vocabulary nonsense words that don't actually mean anything because we're describing audio with freaking words. So in that realm, you know, I like the term dark or light. That makes sense. You know, but like aggressive is very opinion based. You know, aggressive for compression works because to me that means grabs that freaking thing and holds it down, or like snappy means it doesn't let it breathe, it snaps it down, and it's just like that. Aggressive makes sense for compression but not for EQ. Aggressive EQ doesn't usually make a whole lot of sense. Harsh makes sense, bright makes sense, dark like that stuff makes sense. Colorful to me makes sense too because it means round. It means less harsh, less aggressive, more round. Like I picture API or Neve when I think round and colorful. There needs to be a t-shirt. Oh, we got some cool comments here going on. You twist and shout. That's right, I do. I twist and shout. There needs to be a t-shirt. Early morning knob twisting. Wait, scratch that. Trust me when I tell you. You know, every time I said that, I was at the back of my head was like, dude, that's a little pause, isn't it? It's a little pause on that. It's a little crazy. But at the same time, it does kind of make sense for what we're doing here because we are twisting knobs. So I don't know. I think that would make for a cool shirt, Brian, honestly. The keyboard sounds like a JP 8000. You're out of my depth. It sounds right. I mean, maybe. I hope so. You guys know way more about keyboards than I do. I'll just be honest. The Juno talk, when someone was like, that could be a Juno, like, that's awesome. I learned more about keyboards from you guys than ever. I I know GDP's a big keyboard guy. JP8000. Not familiar with that one. Been jamming, saying I've been holding off from getting my new monitors in the room because I needed to move shit around and get traps and things in, but gonna put cat's health over DIY and construction, so we'll get them in nowish. Yeah, dude, always cat health, man. I like your style, Been jamming. Always cat health, dude. Will be really expensive near fields in an untreated room for now, but if I'll use them for beat making and for a hi-fi check. Yeah, dude. You know, I like that idea. It depends how long you have to get your stuff set up. In other words, if there's no pressing deadlines, I'd put those monitors in. I would be meticulous about the height of them. I'm talking about as like a laser pointer from your ear to the freaking cone, and get super legit with height. Super important. And mess around with the positioning. If you have no treatment, surprisingly enough, putting the speakers as close to the wall as you can is really good, because it makes it where the problem frequency you experience will be able to be dealt with, rather than if there's too much gap behind the speaker, it could be a problem. Now, if you have a good amount of treatment that you can kind of put behind them, then maybe it's a benefit to have the treatment and still get them kind of close to that, that front wall, essentially the one you're facing. But more studios than like I've ever realized have the speakers very close to the wall to kind of mitigate the most amount of problems. And they usually have treatment behind them, but they're right up against the wall as close as they can get them. But a lot of what we do with placement of speakers has to do with physical space and just limitations based on the room. If you I was watching this awesome Jack White interview where they were talking about, it was one of his awesome blue hair interviews that wasn't that old. He's in a room in front of looks like a Rupert Neve Designs desk. The room is so narrow that they had to push the desk all the way to one side of the room because it was the only way to be able to get behind the desk. If it was centered, you couldn't fit by it. That's how narrow the room was. There's enough space to walk by if you sneak by, like turn sideways on one side. So the desk is not centered because it can't be. So it's so funny how that works. You got this amazing Rupert Neve Designs desk that's in an asymmetrical position within the room, and that's just the way it is. And that means the speakers are asymmetrical. Like everything is going to be in accordance with where that desk is, right? But based on the limitations of the room, they had to do what they had to do. And I'm telling you, you kind of figure this stuff out. Like you work around any problem you have, you can work around it. So do the thing. If you have no deadlines, put stuff up. Start working. Then add more stuff as you think you need it, rather than just buy a ton of stuff and put it up. That works. The buy a ton of stuff and put it up and be able to move it around and stuff. That's the way if you're trying to get going like now, but if you're trying to make it take a little, if you're okay with letting it take a little time, I would absolutely buy like a little bit at a time. It just depends on how much of a rush you're in to get set up. I've said it before, and I actually mean it, that as long as you're buying the thick traps that are like 6 inches thick, no less than that, or between 4 and 6 inches thick, the thicker the better is the point. Then you really can't have too much treatment. The problem is when people only get the stuff that's going to attenuate the top because it's thin. If it's just dealing with the top, you're not actually solving the problems in your room that you're going to want to solve. You're just solving the problems that are, going to make everything that you do too bright because the room will sound too dead. If you just take out the top. And that's the common thing because it's the cheapest. So people think about what do I do? I should just buy a ton of egg crate or foam or 2-inch thick panels because I can afford those. Well, you're just taming the top. That's what I'm saying. Not actually worth it. Get the thicker panels, get less of them, and put them where you need, and then get more if you need more. That sounds like the thing that makes the most sense to me. Yeah, the higher the null point gets up, you're exactly right. It's the boundary interference nonsense. The higher the null point gets up in the frequency spectrum, the easier it is to deal with it. But there's also other ways you could look at that. Nothing is cut and dry. Like everyone's room is different. That's why diagnosing a room over the phone or something when you're not in it, you're physically like not listening to what's going on, it's very difficult. But I could tell you that you know, another thing some people do is like you that boundary interference thing is definitely something to keep in mind. The desk like a third of the way into the room is another kind of thing to keep in mind. But there's other things to keep in mind too, which is like how much room do you have behind you and how much, you know, how many panels can you like fit? Like in other words, how deep is the room, big like from front to back, and what can you do behind you? Because what I found works, and I didn't like I have a weird thing going on where I set some panels kind of like on angles, not totally flush to the wall. Like pulled some off the wall on a little bit of an angle on kind of both sides, and I found it really helped. Very weirdly, I don't really understand fully why it's helping. I just know that it helps to and when you have gobos, that's the best thing you could possibly do. Even if you make them yourself so that you can position them and move them around, it's so much easier than hanging stuff up. Because when you hang it, it has to be on the wall or a spacer. That's what I did in my old studio. I'd have a 6-inch spacer or 4-inch spacer. You don't want more gap than panel depth. If your panel's 4 inches, go 4-inch spacer. If your panel's 6 inches, you can go a little bigger with the spacer. But you don't want 6-inch spacer, 2-inch panel. You want the gap and the panel to be the same. Or even a little less on the spacer would be okay, but you don't want it to be the other way. You don't want like a foot gap and then 2-inch panel. It's not ideal. But that's what I heard, right? But what I found is the angle matters too. So it's not about like taking corners up either. There's so many bullshit things about this that I know from fucking treating so many different rooms, so many different times. What I know is that it's about the amount of surface area that you can cover. That's what's important. Not the corners is the most important thing nonsense. That's actually bullshit. It's really about how much space can you physically cover with treatment. And the other thing is, offsetting the gobos and stuff is helpful because it creates a little bit more, like the low end's going to kind of travel through stuff anyway. It's just a question of like how much stuff does it hit between where it's going and coming back, and is it the same from like 1 foot to 1 foot over to 1 foot over, or is it different because some stuff's a little closer and a little further away? I found there's a huge benefit to that, and I'm not exactly sure why. All I know is the difference in distance between the wall from the, like if you keep the panel on a little bit of an angle, some parts of it are closer to the wall, some parts of it are further away. That helps for some reason, and I don't know why. It does, but I can't tell you why. All I know is it works. And gobos allow you to sort of maneuver stuff like crazy. So it's interesting. Anyway, there's a lot we could talk about with this bullshit. Moving close to back wall will raise the null. Yeah, it's yep. I need to take everything down, move it up. I can't do that at the moment, so we'll just add the speakers. Didn't matter before because I was 99% headphones. Definitely agree. Thanks. I might build some massive floor standing gobos. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. I'm not the most mechanical person in the world, so I had help with the gobos that were built in my old place. I basically just told them what I needed and then, watched them build it. I helped to a certain degree, but not really. Mostly helped by pulling the fabric and stapling the fabric to all the freaking, that part, or the bullshit stuff. But in terms of the design on how it even supports itself, because those fiberglass things are not, they're probably not the best thing to use either. Like you should use the stuff that's not so toxic if you can help it. For your lungs. But the point is there's a lot of weight. It's substantial. So you have to frame them out and then you need a support in the back at least, and you need the bass to be big enough to also support it, and you don't want it just totally standing up straight because then it's too tall and too much wobble. So like a slight tip back on the angle isn't a bad idea. There we go. Pongmaster's saying the angle you're talking about increases the frequency absorption range to lower frequencies. That's what I'm saying. I noticed a substantial difference when I started to be like, why don't I instead, because I got gobos behind me, not put them straight? Why don't I put one on a little bit of a tilt this way, one on a little bit of a tilt this way, one on the tilt this way? So I'm like tilting all over the place. And it, angle-wise behind me, really helpful. Really helpful, to be honest with you. I'm sort of doing that on the front wall too, but not entirely the same. But there is a bit of a tilt on the front wall too, like nothing straight. Don't look for like symmetrical straight. Like you would think that that's the move, but just it's really not. The most coverage and the angles, like Pongmaster's talking about, for sure. Get someone else to do the difficult part is great. Well, some people are, look, no one's created equal. I'm good at mixing, twisting knobs and stuff, and then there's some people who are really freaking amazing. Eric Gales at playing the guitar. He's not a mixer. He plays the guitar way better than me. I don't pretend. It's some people are good at certain things. Some people are amazing with their hands and can build. I have a buddy who's a carpenter, and the dude could build anything. And we all have our strengths. Bottom line. Because it comes down to how many hours in the day are you practicing whatever you're doing. And if you do it long enough, you're going to become very good at it. That's the truth. So that's why I say don't spread yourself out too thin. Pick the thing you want to be good at and then just do that. Just do lots and lots of that. Let's figure out what this vocal's doing. These are not doing a whole lot here. So no matter what I hit it with later, even if I use CL1B or 1176 or anything, I'm going to twist these knobs first in terms of compression and also EQ to get as much out of it as I can before I hit it with a compressor, because that'll kind of inform me on what I need to do. What is this?
We got bills to pay, bills.
Okay, that's what that is.
We got bills to pay, bills to pay, bills to pay, bills to pay, bills to pay.
We got bills to pay, dudes.
This bad boy.
All right, we're going to go to that rap. There's like a rap in this song, too. So the way you would expect Funkadelic to do a rap. That's what I love about this. The song is so true to that old school vibe of Funkadelic. That it's just very true to that old school flavor. So even the part that's coming feels like a song I've heard back in the day from Parliament. Yep, let the pros do the more pro stuff. GDP's on point, as always. Been jamming. I actually paid off the speakers months back, but asked them to hold them whilst I sorted out the room. but I can't wait anymore as it's going to be way more delayed. Actually paid off the speakers months back, but wow, that's actually, I like your trust there. Is it a big retailer or something? Is it a big where you bought that from? That's pretty. I admire your trust there. GDP said, I didn't design my studio acoustics. I left that to the biggest studio construction company in Japan. They handled the construction too. I just got to choose some colors and stuff. I'm with you, dude. That's a good plan, but that could also be very expensive, you know. But it's a solid plan to leave that. You know, I actually consulted with a couple people that are like really top dudes over here, but it was kind of like I knew ahead of time that most likely I was like, you know, it could be like 50, 60, 70 grand to have somebody come and design your room. So for me, it was about asking the right questions for the couple things that I like needed assurance that I was doing right. And once I figured that part out, I was able to do it on my own. But you know, there's a lot of resources out there now. There's a dude who's real good who on YouTube who I watch sometimes. His name is like Jesco or like Yesco because the J may be silent or something. But he actually makes a lot of good points about a lot of stuff, and he focuses on room acoustics. His name, that dude's worth watching. I learned a thing or two from watching that. But I've also, I mean, I read the Build It Like the Pros book years ago. It's like Rod Gervais or something. I read that years ago. It like never left my side. And there's plenty of resources out there to learn stuff about this thing. But at the same time, there's definitely a skill to doing it properly. And every room's different. So no matter what you learn, you sort of have to learn what your room's anomalies are. And you're going to have to, that's exactly what the pros would do anyway. Like they might assume they know what's going on, but every room is different. There's always some weird shit going on with every single room that's different than the one they did before. So they bob and weave, and ultimately, you could bob and weave. You could do that. I also find that space will dictate a lot. So if you have a space that you can't move all over the place and just like let anything be a possibility, then you are limited to working a certain way. It actually makes it easier because you don't have all the options that somebody would have who can like face any direction and do any like, you know, you might have certain constraints. And a lot of people's constraint is face a window. It's very popular to want some daylight in your life. And, you know, at least have some daylight in your room in some fashion. It's very common to want that. And there might be a little bit of a sacrifice there, but you just figure it out for you. You do is you got to cover the window, the glass, the whatever, but that doesn't mean you need to cover all of it. You know, if there's a sacrifice on surface area, it might be there. A lot of people want to do that because then all of a sudden they're part of humanity instead of in a freaking dungeon. Nice. Yeah, I'm just trying to do too much within a small apartment room in my two bedroom apartment probably, but I'll get there with it just slower. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't go crazy like with something like that. If you're in like a, you know, 2 bedroom apartment and you have a limited amount of space to make it work, based on where the door is and stuff, you've got certain limitations. You know, being creative is great, but there's probably a limited amount of solutions for a place like that. So you got to do your best to make it work. And that's actually could be easier, you know? sometimes the smaller the room, the easier it is to make that stuff work because you've got no choice. It's got to be this way. And then it's like, okay, well, what else can we do? Because this has to be this way. Well, it eliminates some variables from your equation. It actually makes it easier. Shout out to starting your morning routine. Got them bills to pay. It's exactly, the lyrics in the song are awesome. That's a good point, Brian. Benjamin said, I know them well. Mod for them for their Discord and YouTube. Oh, nice, dude. You know Yesko. That's cool, dude. Tell Yesko I say what up. I don't know if I've ever like commented on one of his videos or not, but I think I'm definitely subscribed to his channel because I watched a bunch of his stuff, and I subscribe to like his newsletter or whatever because I get mail from him sometimes. But yeah, tell him I say what up, dude. Maybe he could explain to me why some of the stuff that I have going on works. Because I don't know. Like I am the point he said that it made a lot of sense to me was like keep experimenting and keep trying shit until you find something that works. And that's the truth is you think going in you might not know if it works, but if you try enough things, something will hit you where it'll be like, wow, that's really good. That's actually helpful. Like for me, that weird offsetting, the gobos was really helpful. And another thing for me was turning off the trin off. The trin off was blurring my speakers. So for me, it was a combination of getting the room set right, the speaker height set right, all the stuff with the gobos set right. And then turning off the trin off was the kicker. It was like, what? So much better. Which is crazy because I swore by that thing for so long. I don't think I could have mixed with it, like without it in my last room. But in this one, I don't need it. But that was, I don't think I could have mixed with it with Barefoot 01s. I think that's is more of a realistic answer because the Barefoots were the problem. And I think I used to say that, but I used to mix on the cube setting because it made it actually a speaker that would tell me something rather than not being like, it was kind of painful to listen to their like bright setting that was like hi-fi. And then the one that was flat was sort of telling lies. So the only ones I liked were their, I forget what it's called. It's called Classic or something was their NS10 setting. And then Cube was their mix cube setting. Those two settings on that speaker were actually useful. The rest of the time I used NS10s. So that speaker on those settings with the trin off made it actually usable. That's smart, GDP added everything to the mortgage. That's smart, dude. Acoustic insert, yep. That's the name of the dude, yep. Alex Christoph, I'm with you, dude. More and more people are going that direction, too. If you look at Andrew Sheps's mix room, that's a great photo. And I should probably share that with people just to, like, give them hope on a video. I might share that because his mix room is really bare bones. Like, he's got such a minimal amount of treatment, and he does great work. So there's something to be said for that too. Like he doesn't have no fabric wall covering his place or nothing, no crazy amount of stuff. And I guarantee you he didn't have a designer come in to like tell him to put the 5 panels he has in these 5 positions. Like I guarantee you that's not what he did. He just put them up. I'm pretty sure Chad Blake has minimal amount of treatment too in his room. So anyway, a lot of these guys can make it work. That's not to say that there's not a value in acoustic treatment. It's just to say that I think the better you are, the more you can make it work. Like kind of no matter where you are in a way. But his logic, before I keep hitting pause here, his logic, Andrew Sheps, is that like, where this is going to be listened to is going to be a regular room. So like, why do I need a perfect environment to mix it? And that's an interesting thought process. I don't know if I fully 100% agree with it, but I like where he's coming from. It's certainly a beacon of hope for a lot of people. Putting the tape echo on these keyboards.
Man, it's Friday.
Where's our rap? This is the rap. Let's throw that compressor on here. That was one thing I wanted to do before. I've really not added anything other than the 4KG so far. That's pretty cool. I mean, a couple like on the Cooper Time Cube, tape echo, and 4KG. It's really it. That's pretty crazy. I like that though. That's what I'm talking about, Willis. Let's do this. So 1176 is what I'm thinking, like always, because it's just the most, it sounds like a vocal to me when I run it through here. It adds both saturation a little bit with the blue stripe, and it just sounds like a vocal. Fast release, moderately slow attack, because even this isn't that slow, to be honest with you. Yeah, dude. There's what's that dude's name? Jesse Ray, the Mixland guy. He, I'm pretty sure he mixed a lot of shit on headphones that was like, acclaimed stuff. It might have even been on like earbuds, but that stuff's kind of like anomaly stuff. Like, I hate using earbuds. I hate putting them in my ears. I've never liked them. Something about, like, just the whole thing. Like, headphones with the whole thing around the ear, at least that is manageable for a few minutes, whereas those pointy, stupid things, I used to try to mix with those kind of things. It was terrible. I hated every minute of it. I don't know how anybody makes decisions like that. But, to each his own. Everybody's ears are different. Those things were always too painful for me to even listen to music on. I mean, notice I pan like one of these left, one of these right. When I get 3 vocals like that are all the same color because I made them that way, I'm going to take one left, one right, and one center almost all the time. I don't mix everything LCR, but there's certain things like that just make sense to me. Like in this case, they're kind of ad-lib type vocals anyway. So funny, just when I think all the vocals have been dealt with, there's like more. There's just so many. These laws, let's deal with these laws. Let's figure out, I guess we'll keep this one in the center, and then these look the most similar. That's usually how I pick what goes left, right, or center. I look at what's similar. If I have 2 things that look kind of close, they're going to go left, right, and then this one will be in the center because it's different. You know, if I have... It's like if I had one thing up here that was totally wacky and then this one's totally different and this one's totally different, well, then it's all up for grabs. But if you got 2 similar things, try to pan one left and right without even listening to it, just like sometimes just judging it. We're like, okay, this is going to disappear, so now it'll be off balance. If this is left and this is right, we'll have a lot more action on the right. So that's the thought process there. That sync head is really interesting. I usually rock it on repo, but the sync head's just so dirty. Like it's got that, you know, if we're talking about tape, like tape compression, it's got more punch to it. So you flip to the sync head if you want more color. That's how I look at it.
Let's get to
I really pay attention to this meter. I notice that when it's above 0, it sucks. At 0 is kind of okay, but if it's shy of 0, like 6 to 0, -7 to 0. Like this zone, these plugins sound way better than they do when it's cranked at the top. So I'm just aware of it. I mean, it's not like a final rule. If you want a weird sound, go for it. But something I always notice with the tape plugins is the lighter you hit them, typically the better they sound. And you can kind of make up for it with the calibration, like cranking more into it, can kind of be its own EQ in and of itself. If you want more brightness, change the tape to the higher, like GP9 or 900. I look at this like age. 250 is like the OG tape. 456, a lot of great records were made on it. It's definitely a little darker. Like these, if you notice, usually these things change, or maybe are they changing? Yeah, see how some of this stuff changes? What I notice is you get the most fidelity out of GP9 by far. 900, you still get some fidelity, but it rolls off some. 456 will saturate earlier and it will roll off more, and then 250 saturates the earliest and rolls off the most. So if you're thinking about this, like tape is an EQ. It's not only just saturation, it's also an EQ. That's how I think about it anyway. That drum solo is awesome, huh? Dude, I like what you wrote there, Bin Jammin'. That's some good stuff, dude. That's some good stuff. The Tony Black has minimal treatment and Mackie monitors, and he came up on the same records as Shep's, MJ, History, etc., etc. Nice, dude. Bare bones treatment in his spare room, and he's a Grammy-winning mixer producer. Yeah, I love stories like that. GDP Japan, 20 years ago, I did a great mix in the box and took it to the studio where I used to mix on an SSL 4000. Right after hitting play, the senior engineer said, "Ha, you mixed this on headphones." Yeah, I could always tell the songs I mixed on headphones also. It was such a huge jump up in level for me when I went from using headphones to using NS10s. There's like, before the NS10s, I used Event 2020s, and they were not good for mixing. They were not good. I don't know how else to say it. They were just like, I really couldn't tell up from down with them, no matter how long I worked on them. But I think that's also part and parcel with like when you're starting out. You don't really know what to listen for in terms of like how to make your speakers do what you want. You're probably not referencing correctly on the speakers. Like there was a lot of things I was doing wrong in the beginning, just to try to learn those speakers. And I never really did. And I felt like they were awful, but I didn't learn the NS10s. I just bought NS10s used on eBay for like $200 and put them up, and I instantly made better mixes, literally instantly. So it was very little learning curve for me to get used to NS10s, whereas the Event 2020s, I didn't know where to start to get used to them. I had no clue. But the NS10s just like worked for me. They clicked. Everything was easier as soon as I got those. And I had a weird janky setup of this like crappy 8-inch subwoofer that I was using in combination with the NS10s that just basically farted a lot on the bottom and made it very hard to understand what was down there. But that worked okay with NS10s because they don't have anything below 90 hertz anyway. So it's like nothing down there. So all that room was filled with this farty subwoofer, but it got the job done, and it got me, to keep wanting to keep working because it was like okay enough for a long time. And I still have those NS10s. I still like them. Like I could never get rid of them because they're so good. And some people talk about blowing the speakers and this and that. If you mix low, you never have to worry about that, ever. Sometimes if you have a subwoofer, you won't feel the need to crank them either because the sub provides energy on the low end, and then it's like, why are you trying to bring up the shrill part that hurts your ears? Like there's really no reason for it. Also, I always mix into a bus compressor or something, so it will always kind of hold things down a little bit. Like right now, that's all we have on our mix bus. Speaking of that, I may turn on like the mic DSP right now or in a second, but all we have is a SSL bus. What's this so loud here? There's something super loud here. What is this? Just some coughs. Just some coughs. Nothing big, nothing major, just some coughs. I bet you we'll still be able to hear them. I can still hear them. See, there's a lot of like different volume levels on this track because there's all this talking. So clip gain's your best friend. You won't have to automate as much later if you go through and just sort of like make it look close to each other. Like this, I kind of want to be part of that. And you could meticulously like one word at a time depends on what you're really going for. For me, it's like, just get close. Get where like it's close.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Let's slap a different compressor on this to kind of help us with that. Once you tighten up the dynamic a little, it'll be easier to hear. Also, compressor, is going to add some nice flavor to the thing too. So the vocal will sound a little thicker, a little more in your face, not just from compression, but because there's some tone included with this particular compressor.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
got to deal with these guys. I want to hear these. This is the people talking to each other, kind of. Where's there's like a call and response here, but where's the other one of these? Oh, they're down here. Okay, that's what's up. We got to hit them with this. I may start using Arvox in a second, a plugin that takes very little CPU and is nicely compressed city.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys?
Braxol! Double horns for Brax. How we doing, Brax? What's really good over there? I appreciate you stopping by, my dude. How's it going in Texas time, my dude, over there? Braxol's in Texas. Everybody all over the world, shout out where you're at. You don't have to say much if you don't want. Shout it out. No, I have not tried the Oxford drum gate yet. I've been too busy to do that. But I plan on doing that. That is on the list. It's just I haven't done it yet.
Hey, what's up, guys?
It's funny. I said thank you for tuning in. That's exactly what he's saying right here. He's saying thank you all for just tuning in. Listen to that.
Hey, what's up, guys?
We got to hear this. We got to hear it. We can't even hear it. We got to hear it.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thank you for just tuning in. All right, now. Today's evening's a fire. It is Thursday. Oh, y'all way out there? I see you in the back over there. The cloud's coming. Funk back.
Arvox in the house. Whoops. Double Arvox. Arvox in the house. I'm globally grouped so I can adjust all of these at once as well.
Yeah! Hey, what's up, guys? Thank you all for
Good to see you as well, Braxel. We did. We won the gold medal in ice hockey. We beat Canada, didn't we? But you didn't have to bring all the ice and snow back to the East Coast. Yeah, Brax, what are you doing bringing the ice and snow back? What's up with that?
today's evening's a fire. It is Thursday. Oh, y'all way out there? I see you in the back over there. The cloud's coming. It is Thursday. Oh, y'all way out.
Is this a lip smack? I hate those. Yo, I hate lip smacks. It's like my least favorite thing to listen to.
It is Thursday. Oh, y'all way out there? I see you in the back over there. The cloud's coming. Funk back. Funk back. It's good. Funk the bag. La 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 la. Funk the bag.
That's trippy, huh? We got to add something to that. Let's add something to that. We're going to add this little micro shift. We're going to add maybe this DB verb. The DB verb and the echo boy and the mic. We'll just add all three of these, and then later I'll decide what to do with them. Which one works. I like to add more than one thing. At least put them in the zone, and then we'll add one at a time. But zone up, you know what I'm saying? Get them in position so you can be happy before you got to go reach for something else. Let's put something like this on, you know what I'm saying? A mono reverb, the DB verb. That ain't quite doing it for me, I'll tell you right now. What we need is we need a little plate. That's what we need. Little plate. Talk to me, little plate. Let's send one side to this. Let's send this side to that. Let's send the middle one to this other one. You know, be crazy with it. Get crazy with it. You know what I'm saying? They're saying funk the bag. Like, forget the bag. You know what I'm saying? Funk the bag. Funk the bag. No hamburgers, no onion rings yet. None of that. But we started kind of late, so it's a great song. I'm trying to stay within a realm of reasonableness, like a 4-hour mix tonight, and I'll finish this up on another day probably. So we got like another hour left or so. Let's see how far I can get in that time. But this is a sick song. Parliament Funkadelic meets Prince. That's what I would call it. And there's some like meters influences and stuff. There's all sorts of cool stuff. Listen to how much the overheads are contributing to the sound. I loved when the overheads really hook us up on drums, man. I love that. We gotta sort of straighten this out now. Now we're like super hot over here. What I may do is I don't even want to do it. I don't even know if it needs it at all, but I don't want to do it. You know what like as soon as I put a tuner on this freaking thing or something, it's going to make it sound not old school. And that's going to bug me cuz it sounds so old school. So I can't do that.
It is Thursday.
You don't need it on any of that. It's just on these laws. Like, I could deal with it. It's not actually, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm going to leave that alone. It's just a volume thing. Let's get to this rap. That bills is popping out at our face. I think it's this.
Bills.
It might be this. It might be this. One of these bills is crazy. Oh, it might be this one. One of these bills is absolutely out of its mind. It's because it's on 4 tracks at once, and the rest of it's on like 3. I just threw the tube tech on her. I don't want this one. I think
That kid sounds so bad, yo.
I don't want that. Let's get rid of that.
In one hand, out the funk bag. Funk bag. Okay, everything's already alright. Funk bag. Funk bag.
Man, fuck this bag. I'm gonna get on out of here. See y'all tomorrow.
I dig it. Braxel, dude, what's up with you with your onion ring jokes, my dude? Oh shit! We got Mr. Psychotronic. That's all the sounds, dude. What's going on, Mr. Psychotronic, dude? How you doing over there, bro? We got Alex Christoph saying, I've reached the end of my assignment for the night. Dial in final guitar tone and set to cinnamon brown sugar. Luff's -8. Nice, dude. That's what's up. Psychotronic, please watch the first step in the door and please stretch your back. Oh, so true. Good to have you, Psychotronic. Thanks for stopping by, dude. We did a different hour span on this one, trying to see what we can come up with and how it's gonna roll. We got this funky tune, and we're making headway. And honestly, I'm about to slap this on it real quick. A little Mick DSP juice. Throwing the juice on. Let's see how hard we're hitting. We're hitting it pretty hard. Let's get in. It's mostly the vocals, I think. Like if I just turn those down a bit, I think we'll be okay. See, the thing with vocals, right, is you see the level, how hot it is here, but lower here. That's a clip gain situation. Like, you know, you can get them visually way closer by eye, and sometimes you juice it up just to get a little better look at it, you know. But it's so interesting how getting the vocals close by eye does a lot for making the compressor similar, to make it work similar. Like right here, you see how loud this is compared to this? Like anybody could see that. Any fool could see that. And I'm not a fan of like mix with your eyes, yada, yada. But at the same time, we're trying to get done quick. And what like quick means better ears. Quick means less beat up. So I look at this, you know, we're way closer to this now. And the volume, it's the same lines. And the volume's going to be better now. Sometimes when people record, they change the input because they record this, then they record 6 other things, then they want more of this. So they, you know, the input might get moved around a lot. Sometimes people use new tracks for everything, so you have to comp the stuff together. And when you do, some of the tracks had a different input volume than others, but it's nothing we can't fix with a little clip gain. You know, Pro Tools didn't always have clip gain. Take advantage of it. It's there for a reason. And I don't want to hear no nonsense about vocal leveler and any kind of nonsense. There's nothing better than clip gain for getting the level into position. And then, you know, if you want to ride the faders like I do to make stuff jump out, have it be a little more exciting, you do that after this part. This sends the right amount of level into your compressor, you know, 1 or 2 in series, whatever you got going, and then ride the volume after, and it'll be beautiful. Beautiful. Let's listen to this. Let's make sure we're making correct moves here. But ultimately, getting that stuff close together is very helpful when you're mixing. You know, because I could tell how, based on how loud it is, what the compressor is going to do. It's not like a secret.
Yeah! Hey, what's up, guys? Thank y'all for just tuning in. Alright now. This evening's over. Fuck the bag. It is Thursday. Oh, y'all way out there?
Somebody's talking about going, he's like, I'll see you guys on Monday. But I can't hear him. Where's he at? Where's that guy at?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? Thank y'all for just tuning in. Alright now. Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? Thank y'all for just tuning in. Alright now. This evening's over. Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? The bag. Thank y'all for just tuning in. All right now. The bag.
Wow, there's a lot of like sound in between the sound. You could tell the mic was like far away.
Yeah, funk the bag. All right now. All right now. Funk the bag. Oh, y'all way out there? I thought I was coming. Funk the bag. Oh, y'all way out there? Let's see, man. I thought I was coming. Funk the bag. Funk the bag. Dang.
This might be a good. I'm not gonna pan this. As I'm listening to it, I'm like, this should just be buried a little bit and right down the center. Let's not move it all around because it blends better. The voices are too different to pan them. It doesn't sound cohesive when I have like a low vocal and a high vocal, and even if the high one's in the middle and the two low ones are on the side, it just doesn't sound cohesive enough. Thanks, Braxel. I appreciate you, man. You're awesome, dude. We feel the love over here from you, my dude. That's awesome. Braxel's saying, I really like your stream, Evan. I love talking with you guys. It's so fun. Honestly, it's a solid crew. I think just being part of a crew of engineers that's solid, like you guys, is a benefit to all. It's a benefit to me. It's a benefit to anyone who joins it because I feel like it's just, this is what we do. This is what we do. I'll never forget being around a bunch of people that do this, that think about the same things that I think about, and like it was really helpful for me like years ago when I was learning to have that experience. So this is like honestly not so far from that. It's really kind of close. And every time somebody posts something awesome on Discord, it's awesome. And I appreciate it. And when I look at that stuff, I learn just as much over there as I can anywhere. It's pretty awesome. So it's awesome. You're awesome, Brax. Everyone who takes part in these streams is awesome. I love you guys. Mr. Psychotronic, Alex Christoph Drums, Been Jammin' Buttons. All you guys are awesome. This is like a preemptive thank you. GDP Japan. Are you kidding me? There's no better, cooler people out there. This is the coolest. Like, we're there. We found our people. Brian Piontek, 6113. Everyone who's been, and Pongmaster 123. Like, how could I forget you guys? You guys are amazing. All of you guys. It's awesome. Oh, Shigiono TH Music, who started the stream off with us, actually. He was the first OG in the chat, Shigiono, all the way in Africa. But yeah, GDP's got a crazy biohazard situation going on over there, but he's handling it flawlessly. Like, the dude he's got his stuff together. That's for sure. And it's my mission not to go too long tonight, so that today. Oh, how could I forget? Morgs H5L joined us for the first time today, I believe. That's amazing. And he hooked it up. I'm just sort of running through some names on this thing to and there was somebody else who was new today. It was like Mark Kubali or something like that. Yeah, Mark Kubali. I might have got that right. At first, when I was playing the track, Mark Kubali was like, he's like, "What's up with that distracting sound? Like, can you close your window or whatever in your studio?" And I'm like, "You mean the construction sound that's built into the track?" Is that the sound you're talking about? He's like, oh, it's part of the song. But he knew it was part. I didn't even have to say that. He knew it was part of the song. Once he heard it the second time, he's like, oh, that's part of the song. That construction sound kind of makes the song. It's another lip smack. I gotta get rid of those. I hate lip smacks. This one. I can see it. I can see it calling in the air tonight. Hold on. Do-do, 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 do-do. Like you're waiting for this moment. Listen to this awesome burp that starts the song. I don't think it needs to be that loud. Best burp I've ever heard in my entire life. We should audio suite that with like some little plate and just make it like ginormous. That's what we should do, guys. You know, when you've got lemons, make lemonade. In our case, when you got burps, make burpinade. Let's see what happens if I juice it up here. That might be terrible. Let's see. I think we got it, guys. I think we got our burp in business now. I actually don't want to change. Like, I like her voice is so like sort of like dainty and cute that I don't want to mess with it. It's not like powerhousing, but at the same time, if we come in here and we hit it with a Butch Vig, you know, we filter, we megaphone up essentially. There's probably a megaphone setting in here, but I never use it. Let's see. We could probably go harder core than that. Maybe we'll put 2 on 1 here. We'll double it up. Let's see. We'll leave the filter on. I love how clean that is. That's why if you ever ask like why does he love the filter so much on this plugin, it's because of how clean it sounds. It's like the perfect amount of filter and yet clean. So if we hit him with like a blown tube or something, it'll probably be crazy.
Back it up.
You know, it'll be too aggressive sounding.
Back it up.
If I'm not mistaken, there's a CLA effect that's like, you know, something crazy like walkie-talkie Vokes. Yeah, there it is. Walkie-talkie Vokes. What's this one sound like?
Back it up. Back it up.
This might be too gnarly. Yeah, none of these do it for me like the other one did. The other one was where it's at. Like the first one we picked was where it's at.
Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Back it
Yeah, it's so weird. This is fine. We'll just leave this until I come across something else. I'll leave this. We'll leave this.
Back it up.
Yeah, they're just too aggressive sounding. Like, I don't like that. I want it to be easy on my ears. You know what I'm saying? Easy on the ears. Yeah, dude. That's awesome. It's Shigiono's OG indeed. Alex Kristoff wrote yup. Braxel, I feel for you on Isabel right there, dude. Everyone who's got pets, you're awesome. We appreciate pets over here at Custom Cut. That's 100%. Mr. Psychotron said, I'm working now for the first 10 minutes with a Kensington expert. No way! Good for you, dude. I actually love, I love trying a new mouse. There's nothing better, especially one of the Kensington ones. Those are the OG. Those are like the top of the top. Now bring up the gold clip and pump the bag. Pump the bag. I like that. Hit the like button if you want me to bring up the old trusty gold clip on this thing. Just got the package and connected it. That's awesome, dude. Alex Kristoff says a 15-minute catnap did me real good. I'm ready to take on the world. Terminator energy. You guys are awesome. That's true. Braxel said we all love you. GDP said Braxel, we all love you, dude. We do, man. We do. I love the love between Luna and Braxel's pup. Mr. P, how's the trackball? You liking it? Do you have a wrist rest to use it with? That's actually a good idea. She's gotten better, but is turning into a different dog in a way. She no longer sleeps with us, and she goes through a lot of mood swings. She has to have seizure meds for the rest of her life. Oh, man. But you still got her, at least. She's still got a life, and that's awesome. It's, sad, definitely, but also awesome that you still have her. And you're going to make her life as awesome as you can. I had a cat that I had to give, I actually hardly did it, but my dad used to have to give our cat diabetes, insulin, because he was diabetic. And the cat lived 10 years as a diabetic and was fine once he started getting the shots, but he had issues prior to that. But it's just amazing how, and he was so chill. He let you give him the shot. He was just chill. It's sure, no problem. Leather wrist rest on the Kensington. Nice. That was a long time ago. The cat's name was Lucky. OG, awesome cat. Diabetic. Needed a shot every day. It's like my childhood cat. Love that cat. Awesome. She'll be 16 in July. Wow, that's awesome. My mouse point feels a bit drunken for now, but that's just getting used to. Yeah, you got to tell me how easy it is to roll that ball around with the fingertips. That seems pretty awesome. That's what's up. I hope Isabel stays as healthy as possible, dude. I know you're going to show her the love. Alex Kristoff drums. Do whatever it takes, Brax. Me and Luna wrote it into the ground. 15 wonderful, wonderful years. That's awesome. Yep. It's just a shame we lost Luna, but she's a lot of love. She had a lot of love. Honestly, because your dog, I'm sorry, because you had Luna, it's making me want to try Luna. Universal Audio's Luna. Because, I don't know, something, you never know why things connect. I feel like I should be trying it. It's definitely hard to find mix bros, man, especially ones who aren't jerks about it, We're all chill here. Alex, that's awesome. I agree with you, dude. We're all the same, man. That's the thing. I think the more people realize that everyone's exactly the same. Doesn't matter. There's no high horses, man. That's the thing. That's how you know the group is chill, because there's no high horses. Nobody's on a high horse. It's camaraderie is so important to one's health. That's very true. Feels like I like that, Brian. Hell yeah, Alex. Almost feels like we're at the Mixing Gospel Church or something. It's true. We all just kind of live and breathe the same thing, and it's awesome. That's what's up. GDP said that burp sounds exactly like my friend at Capcom has to create every day. Surprised it's not a fart, too. Bring up the gold clip with the little button. Yeah, dude, it's gold clip might have to show up here.
Yeah. Thank you for just tuning in. All right, now. Funk the bag. It is Thursday. Oh, y'all way out there?
We got to find this guy who talks about Monday. I'm really going to be pissed off if I can't. He talks about, like, I'll see you Monday. I'm going to be pissed if I don't get that. I'll pull up the gold clip. Has everybody here hit the like button? I trust you guys, but hit that like button if you haven't. If anybody's watching who hasn't subscribed, subscribe. Like, what are you, crazy? You don't want to be part of a crew of awesome people who mix constantly and be part of this conversation? Everyone's welcome. Doesn't matter what your skill level is. Ask any questions you want. If it's audio related, we got an answer for you. And if I don't know the answer, I'll pass it off to the chat and maybe they'll have an answer. That's what's happened in the past. I don't know much about keyboards or MPCs, but a lot of people were asking questions about some of those things. Throw them in the chat, man.
Yeah. Thank you for just tuning in. All right, now. Funk the bag. Funk the bag. Funk the bag. Funk the bag. It's time to go to work. Goddamn. Funk the bag. Let's get to work, man. Just another day, another dollar. Let's get to work, man. Just another day, another dollar.
I think it's on this track. I just remember that I put it somewhere. I can't remember where I put it. There's like a track talking about, like, I'll see you guys on Monday. I gotta find that track.
Let's get to work, man. It's another day, another dollar. Let's get to work, man. It's another day, another dollar. Man, them burritos, boy. Man, them burritos, yeah. Thank you for just tuning in. All right, now. Yeah.
I love that. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Let's get to work, man. It's time to go to work. Goddamn. Funk the bag. Let's get to work, man. It's another day, another dollar.
It's all good, Brax, indeed, my dude. Nice. That like button went up to 9. It might mean I have to throw a little gold clip on for a moment. At least for a moment. For a moment is here. Some people last a lifetime. There was special kiss.
It's Thursday. Oh, y'all way out there? Let's see you might be back over there. I told you I was coming. Funk the bag. Funk the bag. Let's get to it. Just another day, another dollar. Dang. Thank you.
I like that thought, GDP. If I could just have one Waves plugin, RVox would probably be it. It's up there. It's definitely up there. I like all the R stuff. The R comp, RVox, R bass. Those are my probably most used Waves plugins. Also MV2. I really like that one. I like L1 limiter's an old school favorite. You know, L2 if you need it, but I use L1 way more than I use the L2. Yeah, that's about it. What else? There must be other things in there I'm not thinking. Brower Motion. It's one of my favorite Waves plugins. There's actually more than I realized. Like once I start breaking it down, the Butch Vig plugin, that's Waves. So there's a bunch of them that I actually still use on a lot of mixes. Like Butch Vig shows up every mix, practically, for me. I'm a huge Butch Vig fan, but I love that plugin that he built. Or whoever built it with him in mind. Awesome. Ridiculously cool.
Yeah.
We gotta find the dude talking about Monday. It's really gonna piss me off. I gotta find this guy. He's talking about Monday. Where are you at, dude? Let's find him, dude. Maybe he's this guy.
Yeah! Funk the bag! Alright now. Funk the bag! It's Thursday. Funk the bag! So fair. Funk the bag! Funk the bag! Funk the bag!
So many Funk the Bag.
Funk the bag!
I love it. That's okay.
Funk the bag! Funk the bag! Funk the bag! Funk the bag! Oh, it's a long week, man. I know I was gonna see you on Monday.
Woo! We found him. This is our Monday guy right here. Monday City. What I love about RVox is it's a very different sounding compressor than the 1176. You actually get a lot more of a diaphragm in it, is what it feels like. Like the 1176 to me can sometimes sound throaty or even nasal a little bit, but like between throaty and nasal, whereas the RVox sounds like chest and gut in terms of like what it pushes. It seems to hold on to low frequencies really well. Turn this one up. That's what we're missing. We gotta pan this guy a different way, or maybe put him in this. Maybe center him a little more.
Yeah!
Let me see if I just slap Butch Vig on this, how we would do. Because I need it to sound different than these other vocals. Like, they all sound too similar. So I'm not actually getting anything out of this one.
Yeah!
Yeah, so a lot of times you have vocals that sound like a lot of clutter stuff. Just make them sound super different. Like, filter all of the low end out of one and, you know, just leave, you know, super low bassy on the other one or something. Just make them sound really different by even, like, Butch Vig is so great because it just tightens it up, makes it kind of sound megaphone-ish a little bit.
All right now.
Gonna hit him with some Butch too. I feel like because these guys are like talking to each other.
It's Thursday.
See what I'm saying? So like that guy.
Yeah. Sweet man. It's Thursday. Oh, y'all way out there?
Just want it to sound like a different voice.
It's Thursday.
It's Thursday.
Oh, y'all way out there? Let's see, man. That's why I was coming. Guess it's time again. Oh, y'all way out there? Let's see, man. That's why I was coming. Guess it's time again. Take a second just to talk to my God. Life's too short to be working this hard. I just need another day to break the bond. My mind is so caught up behind me. All eyes up into the ground. I remember one hill. I look for your sign, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, it's time to try. See if I get it better. Take a second just to talk to my God. Life's too short to be working this hard. I just need another day to break the bond. My mind is so caught up behind me. All eyes up into the ground. I remember one hill. I look for your sign, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, it's time to try. See if I get it better. Take a second just to talk to my God. Life's too short to be working this hard. I just need another day to break the bond. My mind is so caught up behind me. All eyes up into the ground. I remember one hill. I look for your sign, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, it's time to try. See if I get it better. Take a second just to talk to my God. Life's too short to be working this hard. I just need another day to break the bomb. My mind is so caught up behind me. All eyes up into the ground. I remember one hill. I look for your sign, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, it's time to try. See if I get it better. Take a second just to talk to my God. Life's too short to be working this hard. I just need another day to break the bomb. My mind's so caught up behind bills. Power highs, I fight through the ground. I remember one hill. I look for your sign, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, it's time to try. See if I get it better.
I kind of like it with that filter on that vocal instead of this. It just doesn't cut. It's not like MIDI enough.
Take a second just to talk to my God. Life's too short to be working this hard. I just need another day to break the bond. My mind's so caught up behind me. All eyes up into the ground. I remember one hill. I look for your sign, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, it's time to try. See if I get it better. Take a second just to talk to my God. Life's too short to be working this hard. I just need another day to break the bond. My mind's so caught up behind me. All eyes up into the ground. I remember one hill. I look for your sign, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, it's time to try. See if I get it better.
That part reminds me of Ghostbusters. You guys feel that too? That part feels Ghostbusters like to me. The Ghostbusters theme, the OG theme. You guys talking about onion rings and chocolate milk? Don't make me hungry, Brax. Gotta keep it together here. Trying to imagine how I could incorporate this party should be in Brutal Slam Death Metal track. If I could just have one Waves plug-in, Arvox probably be it. Yep, we were there. Braxa Burger with onion rings, barbecue. Oh, no. A little bit of rant. Nah. GDP, Bohita. Balance overheads in the car. Only water. Here comes the gold clip. Balance overheads in car always do. That drum break. The drummer's ridiculous. That's why we can have drum breaks like that in this song. It's... Mixing this is a pleasure because the band was so good. It's just ridiculous how good this drummer is. But everybody's like that. The bass player is ridiculous. Everyone's great. So you got to... Sometimes you have to think about it like, I want to hear all the cool stuff these guys are doing. But that doesn't mean that every note is always going to be heard. It's just, you don't want to make it sound kind of unnatural. But you still do want to hear all the little nuances in all they're playing. So, I sort of mix for that. You can't gate the toms because there's a lot of intricate little cool tom stuff happening, or at least that was the case on the other song. So I have a similar thing going on where it's like a very gentle close on the gate. So if anything happens, it's still going to open for that. I switched to desktop and the advert that played that distorted dialogue so bad. Ooh, I switched to desktop and the advert that played had distorted dialogue. So, I hate ads. It's the worst. Anyway, this mix sounds so good for my phone. I needed to hear it in headphones. Nice, dude. I appreciate that, Benjamin. I should do that because it's about 20 minutes to 4 hours. Let me check in headphones real quick. This is the first headphone put on of the night. There's this freaking 808 in here, and I just noticed it. I noticed it before, but now I'm noticing it more. The headphones have a tendency to do that. I look at my note here. I wrote 808 and toms and claps, question mark. Obviously, when I discover things like this, I'm like, what? But, you do what you got to do. You just leave it in there and hope it doesn't get in the way of other stuff. But did you notice there's not only an 808, but also toms and also claps? What are the toms doing on an 808 sample track? Clearly, when stuff was combined, somebody didn't know the tom was playing when they combined it and, bounced it to one track or whatever. But listen. I don't know if you guys could hear it, but there's a freaking tom on this thing. I'm just going to leave it there, but it's always amazing the treasures we find, right? The treasures we find. Everybody toms sometimes. 'Cause everybody toms. Let's do what we do here. I didn't do it yet. Like any kind of rising weird stuff, like sweeping, McBeeping, or any of this, we're going to do what we do. Don't forget, throw movement on that thing. It's not enough that it's sweeping. It's got to move. It's got to move, people. Make it maximum width. Slow down the rate if you have to. Let's hear it. If it's a slow sound, you may want the rate faster. Here it goes. Shh. It does this thing. Now, this is just the random weird default, which if we notice, it's just sort of a slow back and forth. I hope it's not random. One of them is random. See like that? See how it shoots to the right? That's why I don't love this one. It's the pendulum panner is my go-to. This thing. I love this one. We're gonna speed it up because it's the part is so slow it won't move enough. Also, we may do a little juice with our filter freak. We may juice it. If you don't know what filter freak is, it's imagine a Pro Q3 and you create like a resonance and then you go shh. That's what it is. Clean resonant down sweep, and you adjust the bars. I'll make this bigger so you can see it. The bars, 4 bars, 2 bars, 1 bars. This is like 2 bars, I think. Maybe it's 4. I haven't even counted it. It just feels like 2. It's really 1 bar. Here it goes. Love that. You gotta rock that. Now let's hear it without. It's just a sweep without it. It's not like terrible, but we could like dry wet it up if we want a little more, a little more dry signal in there, so it won't be so filtered. But I kind of dig something like that. All right, now let's deal with this one right here. Hit him with the pan man. Hit him with the pan man. Pan man, pan man, pan, 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 man, man. Pan, man, pan, man, pan, man. I want to go back to the pendulum. We'll keep it kind of fast. We'll go super wide with the goose here. I'm gonna hit him with a filter freak also, but a different kind. I just love these like resonant filters. I love them. Freaking love them. It's kind of interesting. This is just a crash. I could probably leave that without a filter. I like the movement of that one, though. I like that a lot. So the movement is key for sound effects, guys. I don't know if you'd realize that's the key. That's all I'm really doing. I think sound effects, I want movement. Static sound effects suck. Lame. Pugh. Let us throw... I have nothing else on here other than the 4KG. And the bass sounds real good, honestly. So we're not going to do a whole lot of something. Probably going to do a whole lot of nothing. Let's throw... This is usually too slow for bass. I kind of like it. It's different than my typical 1176 for this song. I'll compare it to a 76. That's what we'll do. We'll do a little shootout real quick. My go-to 76. Even a distressor can be kind of cool sometimes on bass. It's just not my favorite. My favorite's definitely the 76. We don't pull any punches. I show you guys my favorites. The black ones, though, not the blue so much. Sometimes the blue, but a lot of times the black. The 76s are better on bass. The tone from the Fairchild is so good combined with the 76, and something I never like go to do, but for whatever reason, that's actually kind of interesting on this case. Let's just tone this down a smidge. Alex, I appreciate that. The Princess Leias have a way of just endorsing trust in the individual wearing it. They're a solid endorsement, these Princess Leias. You've been frozen in carbonite. Take down some of the peak level on this snare just to be able to get it pushing to the front a little bit more. We're gonna do it. I like doing it after the tape almost. The saturation of the tape is cool. If we're gonna hit it with some kind of clipper to just see how that sounds, let's try Gold Clip Track in honor of Braxel. Braxel. Somebody spits right there. Did you hear that? What is that?
In one hand, out the
Oh, what's going on, Nick? How we doing, man? We got Nick Desouza in the house. What's poppin', dude? While you're here, I should ask you, is there a Hawk Tua in this song? It's at some point in this, at the end of this, it sounds like somebody goes, Hawk Tua. What is that? Am I making this up? I could have sworn I just heard it.
in one hand, out the
I just heard it. It's right there. It sounds like. It sounds like someone's spitting in my ear, dude. I gotta lower that a little bit, dude. Just a little. What's popping over there? Dude, you are shredding like crazy on this song, man. You are absolutely shredding. It's one of the best like guitar sections of any of the songs as part of this EP is definitely this one. Like this is by far the funkiest, but it's also amazing guitar work.
We work real harder.
Where's the Hawk 2?
We work so
I'm just looking for that Hawk 2.
hard. We work
Where's the Hawk 2? It's this, isn't it? Dude, that's rough, dude. That is rough right there. We gotta lower that a little right there. It sounds like somebody spitting in my freaking ear, dude. It's always gonna sound like that. We're really never gonna get rid of it. We'll just make it a little bit lower, man, because it's vicious. It's like ear assault with a spit lug. I could picture people hearing that and puking from that one part because it sounds like someone's spitting at them. But that's okay. I'm good with that. Yeah, at least there it's a little more hidden. A little more hidden.
Man, fuck this bag. I'm gonna get on out of here.
Let's throw that. We gotta treat this with some Butch Vig on it. Put some Butch Vig on it. Put some Butch Vig on it. Yeah, put that in the background a little bit. Yeah, it'll also filter that.
Man, fuck this bag. I'm gonna get on out of here.
Let's find that.
See y'all tomorrow. See y'all tomorrow. See y'all tomorrow. Man, fuck this bag. I'm gonna get on out of here. See y'all tomorrow.
What's going on, Sheet Music Gear? How you doing over there, dude, with that awesome flying V? What's poppin'? Braxel said, like I said, I wonder why they did not record a fart on this track. Well, the burp is a well-mannered fart. That's what I would call it. A burp is one step short of the vulgarity of a fart. It has a little more elegance, if you will. You know, a burp is a 3-star establishment. A fart would be a 1-star establishment. So I'm okay with the burp. I think we've established where we need to be with that burp. The burp's my favorite part of the intro. The breath after the burp is so necessary too, because it's kind of what happens after you burp. You have to blow it at somebody or it doesn't actually count. I think you get points for that. So that part to me is just what sells the burp, is the breath. Right, Brax? How sick is the freaking guitar, dude? Cheap Music Gear caught the Hawk Tua. That needs a space echo. The burp needs a space echo? I already put something on that burp, by the way. There's a little life on it. The Hawk Tua needs a space echo, probably. Dude, I like that. Cheap Music Gear. This sounds like Toe Jam and Earl meets Korn. This sounds like Prince meets Parliament Funkadelic meets Toe Jam and Earl meets Korn. Which is, like, I don't know where you're getting the corn from exactly. Maybe just the burp part or the Hawk Tua. But it's freaking awesome. I think, Nick, there's been so much love on this for this track from the beginning. Like, if you scroll through to the top of the chat, it's crazy how many people were, like, loving the way this feels. And like, it's just, the song sounds so good from, literally, it's really good. I love the way it was recorded. I love the layers. All the vocals are awesome. Really cool. Like, I like the gang vocals. I like the female vocals. They're really good. They add so much. Mr. Psychotronic wants all the weird noises separate. Maybe Alex Chris said maybe I'm an outlier, but I think a fart is way funny. A burp is kind of gross. Nah, they're both in the same pool of funny, bro. Get with it. Cheap Music here. Burpy breath. Yup, that's what's up. I love Toe Jam and Earl. I agree. Toe Jam and Earl's the shit. Been jamming buttons. Reverse burp, just so we can hear, please. No way, dude. The burp won't sing to us if it's backwards. It gets a little Freak on a Leash sounding at times. That's a cool take on it. I'm a huge Korn fan personally, but I don't hear that in this song. But I like Korn a lot. That's Brendan O'Brien doing his thing, man. Some amazing mixes on there. Well, we're jamming now. Let's see what's going on with this. Fusion. It's totally rocking. Bootsy Collins all day, dude. That's what I was saying. I'm saying Bootsy, George Clinton, Eddie Hazel. That's what I'm saying. But I'm feeling Prince vibes on this too, man. I'm a huge fan. That little tom fill at the end is so good. It needs some loving. Some loving. It's just such a good, like, how it ends. Let me just turn this up a smidgen. That's a technical term. Smidgen. 3.5 dB. 3.5 dB-ish. Especially this last hit. That's what the one I was like, oh, we're losing that hit a little bit. Have you guys ever tried to throw RVox on the snare drum? It's actually really interesting because the gate is so intuitive and kind of cool. It doesn't always work. I just wanted to share this tip with you guys while we're sitting here and I'm like considering a compressor for the snare drum. Probably Alpha Comp. It's one of my favorites for snare, but RVox. just smooths it out too much. I'm not liking it. If you use a compressor for this kind of thing, you're looking for color and character, but not smooth it out too much. We lose too much of the transient, and we're already parallel compressing the snare. So if I do anything, it might be kind of cool to actually send this to the decapitator, just the snare, to 75, 76. Let's try that. So that's our decapitator bus. You know what? I may even make it mono. I may even, let's just go bus 75 with it. Let's take this from 75, 76 and just make it bus 75. Oh no, what do we got on this freaking thing that's hurting us? Hold on. We got Galaxy on it. I just want to move it. Move it or lose it. The rest should be okay. Nope. What else is a freaking... Maybe it's the get. These are both... That's the problem. Oh man, what a dummy. See, that's the thing. Sometimes after I'm going too long, I freaking make dumb moves like that. Like why wouldn't I just go like this and create a mono aux track instead of doing nonsense I just did? Decap, mono, drum. Why don't I put another 10 words on it? I don't know. Okay. That's actually the intent here. 5060. The 5060 is not in the game, by the way. I don't want to. That's the thing I always used before, so it's the same thing I always use. Finally, it's happened to me right in front of my face. Bringing back the strawberry trees, huh? Strawberry trees forever. Definitely a Bootsy Collins vibe. Just imagine it's Bootsy baby right here. Bootsy baby. I like this song better than the Strawberry Tree song. It's not a competition, Brax. Songs are good for different moments. I used to drive around in the car. Some nights it'd be perfect to put on the Wallflowers one headlight. And then some nights it'd be perfect to put on System of a Down. There's no right answer here, Some nights it'd be perfect for Zeppelin. Some nights you want to hear Appetite for Destruction. Some nights you want to hear Pearl Jam 10. Some nights you want to hear Presidents of the United States of America. You know what I'm saying? You want to hear Lump. Some nights it's about Lump. Lump sat alone in a buggy march. Sometimes you want to hear the Eels, Beautiful Freak. That album was awesome. You know what I'm saying? There's all sorts of stuff out there, dude. Sometimes you want to hear the White Stripes, Stay Still. There's no right answers here. The only right answer might be Decapitator. I'll tell you right now. That's kind of a cool answer to our solution. It's both the question and the answer simultaneously. I like how you guys remember Strawberry Trees. That was the track right there. That was the track. The lyrics to this part are going to flash in my mind in my final dying moment of life. I don't remember it. Some nights you listen to pre-recorded stomach noises you saved in your voice memos. It's exactly true. Nailed it. There's so many sounds coming from this keyboard. It's like 20 keyboards. Tried to make that keyboard heard more, and I'm very aware that our guitar solo is getting lost. Doesn't help that the keyboard like takes off into it goes pretty much like 5-6 dB hotter at this one point in the song. A lip smack is calling me. Brax, I appreciate that. Dig that. Brax said, I dig that bass. Everything sounds good in this song. For whatever reason, that guitar reminds me of Larry Mitchell. I really love that guitar. I'm reading them backwards. Ha ha. That's the, I picture Brax talking like that. And that's cool because that's what we're doing, that funkiness right now. So that's how I would talk. There it is. You hear that? So you notice I can identify a lip smack like an eagle flying over a lake. I can just identify that where that lip smack lies, not even knowing. Well, I spoke too soon. There's like 10 lip smacks all at the same time. That's not one of them. Sometimes you gotta juice the goose just to see these lip smacks.
But it's not earned. But it's whoa. We work too hard. But we.
That sounds like somebody punching in. It's like the keyboard sound. I'm very familiar with that. I used to use this really loud keyboard, and it would make crazy noise off this. It's like the G4 Tower Mac back in the day. It used to have the noisiest keyboard. So you'd punch something in, and you'd hear like the recoil of the space bar in the mic every time. Because it was like you'd click the thing, and it would be like, you know, clonk, like this later. It was like a delayed clonk.
But it's
All right, we're getting to a point where I can hit print for, you know, I haven't done automation yet, and I'm sure there's going to be some finishing touches, but rather than take this out for another like 2-3 hours, I'll just finish this on the next stream, and that way I can give my ears a little bit of a rest also, because it's super late early by me. And hit the like button if you haven't. This thing will go farther, which is the goal, so we can keep building on our awesome stream crowd. And addition, like we want more engineers that are like us, and you know, we're open for business over here. We want the engineers who do what we do, who sit down, try to make things sound awesome, to contribute to the conversation and have a good time over here. So hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't. You guys are awesome. You're my peoples, making this thing fun to do, like always. That's like the most obvious crazy smack ever. See, I don't really care about the ones I don't hear. Like, I'll never solo it and take stuff out. I don't care if I can't hear it. But if I hear a lip smack, that pisses me off, and then I have to deal with it. Like right there, you know, it's because of some of the nature of some of the more aggressive compression will bring that stuff up even more. But it's also, you know, it's kind of a symptom of the fact that this stuff was recorded very quietly also. Like the vocals are not much louder than the lip smacks. This is all just noise. The weird thing about noise like that is it has more low end in it than you even realize. So if there's a chance of getting that kind of stuff, creep your high pass filter up to get rid of as much of it as you can, because she's got a voice that's way above the bass range. So it's not like there's 70 hertz sitting on her voice anyway that we're gonna need. We work too hard. You know, and as I said that, I might take it down a smidge. It might be a little high. Leave it at like 60. But her voice is way above that anyway. It's just like when I see these like that's the reason I'll pop stuff up, but don't make it too hot because you think that this is a note. It's actually not. That's just noise. I almost guarantee it.
You just listen if you want to as well.
That's the back. That's Nick talking in the background while this was being recorded. It's just room noise. And this stuff has a tendency to dirty up the track. And like I said, it can be okay if it's just, but when you have 24 tracks of it like we do, it can start to build on itself and really be a pain to deal with. You hear it like that? That's actually crazy. That should be removed, in my opinion, because it's just going to it's going to sound like the kick drum's not clear because there's this freaking low end ruffle of the mic, like that kind of thing. That's how it translates. It winds up making other things not clear. It's not that you hear this, it's just that other things that are in that register won't be clear. Figure while I'm here and there was noise on everything, I might as well just goose up here.
Hard.
See?
Hard.
It's like every time the phrase ends, there's a freaking noisy goose. The only things we really haven't done is finishing touches and automation. That's what will happen next time because, you know me, I'll start doing automation and then like an hour and a half, 2 hours later, I'll be like, perfect. It's great now. Or it could be one pass, but you never really know. And then finishing touches, as I hear little things, we go back, we adjust. But it'll be a chill stream, that's for sure. So I'll put a notification up before that goes up. Like I'll try to give you guys some notice. It'll either be tomorrow or the next day. It might be tomorrow, but it could be the next day.
Gone. Funk the bag. Funk the bag.
All right, let's see if we can get away from our lip smacks now. Should be okay. There's like the loudest, most aggressive lip smack I've ever heard in my life right here. I don't know if it's on her vocal. It could be on anybody's vocal. It's like anybody's guess where that is. Could be on all the vocals. I juiced up the volume so much. I know I'm not cutting out anything important. I'm just looking at noise because I hit the zoom in button so much that I'm actually just looking. Whatever I see here is noise. Like it has to be. Make the zoom work for you. I don't think enough people use the zoom. It's really helpful when you're trying to figure out what's noise, what's not noise. Because once you change the proportion by zooming in a lot, it's like this is clearly stuff and this is clearly nothing. See what I mean? Just a bunch of nothing farts. Even this little thing is nothing right here.
Where's my mom?
Like this note is that little pop of nothingness is nothing. This is still going to be where's my money.
Where's my money, man?
See what I'm saying? This is stuff CLA it won't do. I think it was him, the mixer, who just like refuses to do anything like, audio made related. And if you can't hear it, you can't hear it. But I'm sitting here going, what is that lip smacking? So I have to deal with it. our tracks, I don't think. I think it's up here. This is it. I just saw it pop. It's that. That's not a lip smack. That sounds like a microphone shutting off. It sounds like, that's what it sounds like a little bit, like a switch.
Funk the bag. Fuck the bag. Fuck the bag.
I may relax this compressor a little just so we don't have to deal with so much of this.
Funk.
There's just so much noise on this track.
Funk.
It's like the noisiest track of all time. One time I saw Tom Lord Algae on like, I think it was Blink-182, where he just took the attack of the compressor as fast as it goes, the release as fast as it goes also, both attack and release, to make it as aggressive as it could possibly be. And that was his vocal sound. You know, he did a couple other things to it too, but he really slammed it. Like, talk about spank. He spanked that thing.
Funk the bag.
I'm just going to leave this here. I'm going to relax this a smidgen just so we can ease up on it.
Funk the bag.
Actually, I really think it's less about the compression, more about the fact that that vocal is just the noisiest vocal mic of all time.
Just funk the bag. Funk the bag. Funk. Funk the bag. Funk. Funk.
Stay tuned next time for removing mouth noises galore. How we doing, Shigiono? GDP, I like your style. Shigiono is back. Shigiono is back, dudes. Nick needs to tell his band to keep down the chitter chatter. Nah, this is these vocals are all tracked later. It's just kind of a noisy vocal mic or the preamp or something. It's kind of noisy. That's all, but we're dealing with it. Cracker Jacks make your lips smack. You know the line. I don't. More than 70% of the engineers I've worked with use Pro Tools with the clip zoom maxed out most of the time. That's interesting. With the clip zoom maxed out most of the time. Yeah, that's interesting. Just like this. I do that to know where there's anything. Like when I'm comping vocals or something, I want to see everything. Like just in case there's some quiet little line, like I have to see it. So I zoom as maxed for that. But most of the time I'm working, I'm down here where like it makes sense to me. And I know it makes sense because I'll always import a track that was mixed. And then I know if I'm up here, there's probably a better way to do this, but this is like my own way to do it, is that if I see no air on the top and bottom, I'm zoomed in one too many. That's just how I do it. So I always want to see some air, and then I know what my normal view is. That's my normal view, air on top and bottom of a mix. And then I know what I'm supposed to be looking at, and I like it on the smaller side because then I don't see the noise. Like the noise is cluttered to me. So it's fine when I'm going into like edit stuff to have, but like this doesn't tell me anything, whereas that tells me something. So that's how I know it's like it's the right zone. Also, stereo tracks look different than mono tracks. Like I like when my mono tracks look about that thick, about that thick. It's like air on the top and bottom that's at least equal to the wave size. I like that. It's just personal taste, I guess, but I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. You know what I'm saying? I like that. Danny Lyrica! How you doing, Danny? What's poppin', yo? We're just about to probably pull a wrap for today and finish this on another day because I haven't done automation yet, but we're really not far from being totally stoked on this, to be honest with you. We're just like, an automation run or two away and a fresh ear run or two away. Those are the two things we are away. But yeah, we're doing pretty good. How you doing, Danny? How you doing over there, dude? I'm digging this. Let's bring everything down that I'm using, which is just, what am I using? Let's see. We're using all this stuff, not that snare verb, nothing that's a bus. So everything else that's not a bus, not the bass bus, not the guitar bus, not the key bus. I usually just double check this to make sure so I don't like pull things down and change my balance. Bass, guitar, key, no buses here, no buses here, no buses here, but we have buses here. Bus, bus, bus. Okay, so that's everything in the game. And then I'll do all for bring down. And let's get a save going before I even do it. We'll call that M1A. We haven't made an M1 yet, but I had an M1 saved for some other crazy reason before I changed it to start, so that's why I made that M1. But I've never, this is fresh from jump when we started here, so let's pull everything down. Now, since I've automated like the toms a little, I have to actually switch this to this and then just do it manually. I always go to something that I'll remember, like kick is always 0, 0 most of the time. And now I'll come over here and I'll be like, okay, let's see if we can get away with like 2.5 dB. And I'm looking at my master. That's what I'm staring at. I don't want my master jumping up too high. It's a little too crazy. I'm going to pull it down a little more. So we'll go up here. Let's go another 2.5 down. I told you I'm not real delicate about it. Like I don't care if it's, we'll try 1/6 first. But like I don't go in increments of, of like only 0.9 or half a dB. I don't give a crap. Doesn't matter exactly how loud I'm going into everything. The freaking thing will be as loud as it is, and it's always loud enough. Like, I'm never worried about the volume. Yeah, I'm more concerned with this. This is the volume I care about. Prior to hitting all my plugins, even with this off, a lot of times I'll turn it off because I want to see this without any plugins affecting it. I want to know where exactly it is. I love the low end I get from that plugin. I'm just going to go down one more just to be safe. We'll make it an even 5 dB down. Yeah, that works. Looking for like the loudest part of the song. Yup. That's Nick just said, symptoms of recording vocals in a van in the park. that actually makes sense. I even hear the outdoors on some of these. They sound super outdoorsy. So yeah, Danny, what we're doing is we're actually leaning into the issues. It's something I like to do. If there's some problem with something, like it's noisy or it's gritty or it sounds like there's tape hiss on it or whatever the problem is, lean into that. Like, don't shy away from it and try to make it clean. Just kind of go with it. So the 1176 is like the blue stripe is a little dirty on its own, and we're taking a vocal that was recorded in a van with a lot of kind of background noise, and we're doing the dirty to it. We're keeping it in the realm of dirtiness. We've added a little bit of grit on the mic preamps of the SSL channel, and we've added a little bit, just using the blue stripe itself has a little bit of that coming with it, sort of par for the course. And there's also like 100 vocals in this song. I mean, it's 24 tracks of vocals, I think, or something. So it's a gang vocal. Like, it's not meant to be clean. It's meant to be like a party, like a group of people. Nick said, never meant for it to this far. Thanks for turning a fan project into a listenable track. Oh, dude, happy to do it, man. Honestly, this is like work that needs to be, I'm very stoked with how this is sounding. And when I heard the EP, when you played it for me, I was stoked on it like crazy. Thought it sounded great, just because I heard the potential. That's the thing. It's like we see things at the finish line before it gets to the finish line, because like I hear where it could go, and this needed that kind of love. And this is a great song. I love this freaking song. But I feel this way about all the songs on this whole EP. What are you calling it? The watercolor EP? I think that's what you're calling it, right? Shigiono says it's sounding really good now compared to 4 hours ago. Yeah, it's a whole world of difference. And that's why I kind of want to call it until I until I come back at it fresh with some automation, because otherwise this thing will wind up being like a 6-hour video, which isn't bad, but I think these are palatable for people when they're a little shorter too. Like, I think the longer I make them, the harder it is to for anyone to sort of, like, you can keep coming back to it and all that stuff, but there's no reason to do a marathon right now and make this thing done today. Like, sometimes that nice fresh perspective is the answer. I know what I did, and I'm kind of upset at myself for doing it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I gotta do something crazy right now. Nice, dude. Alex Kristoff's got some fast drums going on. That's awesome. That's awesome, dude. I gotta do something crazy right now. Just bear with me. Bear with me now. Where's all my dogs? To bear with me now. Where's all my dogs? Bear with me now. That's stuck in my head right now. All right, hold on a sec. So I'm basically going to open. I'm going back. I'm reverting to the first time I saved this session as MIA. As soon as I switched that, which was 10 minutes ago. Before I brought stuff down. It's like right before I brought stuff down. That's what. So I usually save things in sections like that because it makes the most sense to me. So the vocal's going to cut out while this is loading up. You won't hear my voice. It's going to be loading, closing one session and opening the next. While that's happening, you won't hear me. But don't worry, I'll be right back because it'll be right here. And I ain't going nowhere. You'll see my face, but you won't hear me. Here we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Betty Boop. Don't forget about Betty Boop, guys. Here we go. Rocking and rolling. M1A. Here we go. M1A. Detroit Envy. Check, check. You got me back. You got me back. We're good, right? Back in the game. Can you see me? Can you see me? We're in the recovered zone. We just recovered the zone. We're over here now. We're going to call this rec for recovered. We don't need that whole thing. Let's see if we're at, so yeah, we're still at kick 0-0. So the all for bring down was created, but we didn't actually bring anything down. Just what I like to see. Beautiful. So we are back. Excellent. All right, so now I'm going to just lower this back to where it was before, which is like 5 dB down. I think it was technically like 4.9, but who gives a toot? 5 dB down. And I'm going to turn this off now so that I don't accidentally turn all the freaking gates to the same place in every single SSL channel strip on the entire mix. That's what happened before. If you're curious, if you've got your bingo cards up, happens to the best of us. But that's why you set your session file backups to every minute. I can't stress how important that is, because you may do something and you'll need to go back like 1 minute. And the weird thing is, even though you do every minute, it still winds up being every 3 minutes, sometimes 5 minutes. I don't know why that is. Sometimes if it's just, if you're not doing anything, it won't actually register a change, so it won't save it. But even if you are, I notice sometimes it's like every 3 minutes. So I find every minute and like the last, as many backups as you can, like 50. As long as you got the space for it on your hard drive or whatever, do it. It's worth it. And every time you do anything, you save it as something else. So if I do automation, I'll usually change the save to like aught or something, just so I know that this is where I started automation. So before I even brought everything down, I changed it just so I would know this is where I'm about to bring everything down. See, this is the spot I got pissed off because I heard that, like, the gate. You hear that? That's what pissed me off, that exact moment right there. So I could automate, and I've talked about this before, but the move to handle this is like grab the spot that sucks amongst everything else that's fine, and then just put that on a new track and deal with it separately. That way you don't have to, do anything crazy. Or you could add that plugin and automate it on and off in one specific part of the song. I don't actually think it was there. I think it's here. I prefer doing that than trying to split the difference, because I like the way the snare sounds, just not right there. Just that one moment in time where it's all crazy. So it can't hurt us. We'll make sure nothing's grouped so it doesn't create like a million duplicate tracks. And we'll come in here and we'll just go Control Command D. No, Control Command N. No. What am I doing here? See, this is when I brain fart up. What is this? Shift Option D? There it is. Okay. Shift Option D. Just going to break that part of it, and everything else goes. This stays. And now we have the ability to basically do whatever we want here to make that not suck. That could be, your black salt silencer if you like. And like I said, this might have been fine just on the track itself, automated on and off using up here, bypass, and you just turn it on and off. But we could also just try to dial this in. Snare, ring preserver, or cleaner, heavy bleed. It's pretty heavy bleed, I'd say. think we could get away with doing more, like just this whole section until that drum fill we can get away with, because this is all sort of the same velocity of intensity of Cymbal City. See, this is why I had to blow up a lot of it, because there's so much of the vocal that's quiet. So you got these moments where there's a lot of, talking that's really kind of just chill under the breath, like low voice talking. And then there's stuff that's like, funk the bag. There's like loud that. So to kind of not go through and clip gain every word, I sort of had to just sort of hit it. And I also feel like it brings out those moments great, and the parts that are loud also kind of get buried in all the vocals, so they all kind of, it's a common thing in dense songs. You need to create a cannonball out of the vocal, because if it's this big, it's not going to fit, and it just takes up too much space. So you got to make it this big so it can plow through like a freaking tank. It's the only way you're going to hear it. So the more dense the song and the more dense the vocal arrangement and the more like dense on dense on dense, you got to tighten it up, make it like this freaking powerhouse so you can actually get it to cut. So that's kind of what we did. We jammed it. Because there's these laws, there's funk the bag, there's this talking under the breath. There's like so much stuff going on in a good way. It's not in a bad way. It's just that's the technique. Don't sweat the technique, all right? Don't sweat the technique. You know what I'm saying. Funk the bag.
Oh, y'all way out there? Let's see, man. Cool. I was coming. Guess it's time to get funk the bag.
And there's also some cool sound effects that are contributing to it. There's a construction site sound effect this whole time too. So let's put an ending on this thing real quick. Let's see, this actually starts with a cool fade. Like it starts with silence, so I don't really have to do anything because of this construction site intro. Like typically I would slide stuff. I don't even have to for this song because it already starts with some space in the front, which is kind of nice. I dig. That's always how I start my tracks. I start my tracks with two, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, and then I start always 2 bars of silence, because you need that space sometimes to play with. Sometimes you want to throw something in before the track. It's just a good habit to get into. Always put like 2 bars before you start your track, and then you could tighten up the intro, like the start line, to wherever you want. But it's kind of critical, I find. So let's just start from sort of jump. And we'll just, like, we're going to go, let's just go from here. Yeah, because there's actually, like, there's 2 moments of intro. Do you notice that? There's like a second of sound and then there's no sound. It's like it's kind of strange. I'll figure out why that is. But here it's like blump, and then it starts happening. I don't think we need that first little flump. It's like the flump is here. Or not there. I don't know where. It's this freaking 808 of craziness. It's the 808 with toms and claps all together. We gotta figure out why that's there at some point. I want the story on that 808. That's what I want. That's just a bunch of hiss. That's all that is. It's got to be on one of the vocals. That craziness has got to be on one of the vocals. Just got to do one of those.
Back it up. Back it up. Bring it. Stop. Yeah.
It's a good use for the zoom joom. Zoom joom. It's very strange. It's very strange that I can't actually see anything that would cause that weird noise. Oh, it's this. It's whatever this is. Hooray, we found it. We found it, guys. We found it. We found it, guys. The weirdness of this room mic never ceases to amaze me. How there's nothing in it, but there's like a weird sound in the beginning. Oh, I know why that is. It's probably because there was another track before this, and this was cut out of it, if I had to guess. It's just a weird, like, fart on the front. There's really nothing there. It's just like a fart. Okay, we've done it. Next time, we shall approach with automation ear space. We'll add that little bit of life to it that you do with automation. And I find it to be hugely important. It's like, I don't consider a mix done until I've done that, honestly. At least until I've attempted it. Some songs may not be built for that, but most of them benefit from it. But there's never like you don't have to do the same thing to every track, that's for sure. But a little bit of life in automation, even if it's only like 1 dB moves, it's enough here and there to sort of spice it up. But I don't even like to do those until I get the mix in position to feel good. I don't even go near it. All right, now we're in the game. And you know what I'm going to do also? While I have it here, we're going to throw the noise gate on it. One of my favorite things to do. You guys have seen me do this 100 times, I think, probably. I throw the noise gate on until something happens, like a cymbal crash. Once the band comes in, we don't need it. But until then, we might need it. And in whatever this came from, the last track, it had a couple moments of it, whereas this usually it's like beginning of the song and end of the song. It's really the only places you need it. Come on, get there. That actually, like, just with whatever settings are on it, and it's really kind of conservative. Listen to without it completely. Hear that hiss? No, let's hear it now. The hiss is so much more subdued. I freaking love that. And then once the crash happens, it goes out. Because once a crash happens, there's enough white noise to distract you from the sound of like tape or whatever that hiss is. So I just wait for the crash. Let's find where it ends.
See y'all tomorrow.
I think we're back. I have no idea if we are or not, but I think we're getting there. I think we may be back. Are we back? I think we're back. Let's go. I'm looking at the wheel of death. We are back. Excellent. That's insane. The wheel of death is spinning on my end, so I really have no idea if we're back or not or what's going on. The stream counter thing that says live for 5 hours and 48 minutes is still going, so I'm going to assume we're back. I have no idea if we are or not, but I will just take everyone's word for it. You could see me, hopefully. You could hear me, hopefully. Hopefully. Can you guys see me and hear me? Can you see my screen? Are we back? I think we're back. That's amazing. Dude, you guys are awesome, man. Look at you guys hitting the like button, being part of this thing. You see me. Okay. Can you hear me? Next question. Can you hear me? Well, if you can hear me, hopefully, you know, what we'll do is I will play this. I just want to lower that burp and do a print before the thing goes out again. If it's going to go out, let's do that. If anyone doesn't realize, sometimes YouTube will cut the video from where it went out to now. So if you're watching the VOD, you won't know about that missing time. But it happened. And that's why I'm weird at this moment, being like, can you hear me? Because it was a whole moment that we had there. Listen to how much background noise is on it. So much. It's okay. Doesn't bother us. You know what's so funny? I should have noted where that Monday line was, because I'm always looking for that. I'll see you guys on Monday.
See you on Monday.
That's the one. I want to hear that.
It was a long week, man. I know I was gonna see you on Monday. Oh, y'all way out there? Let's see, man. Cool.
This thing should be here. This is actually a rare thing that where I move something, because I haven't moved anything all song. But this thing should be right after he says Monday. There should be a reply to that.
No, I'm gonna see you on Monday.
Like, that makes more sense to me, because it's a conversation. That reply would happen quick. Thanks. Thank you, Pongmaster. I appreciate that, dude. I appreciate you sticking with me. That was a crazy in and out situation we just had with the internet connection and the whatnot. But we made it through. Pongmaster 123 Road sounds Minneapolitan, man. Sounds great. Nice. I like that. I like that.
See y'all.
In one hand, out the other.
Man, fuck this bag. I'm getting on out of here. Man, fuck this bag. I'm getting on out of here. Man, fuck this bag. I'm getting on out of here. See y'all tomorrow. Man, fuck this bag. I'm getting on out of here. See y'all tomorrow. Out of here. On out of here. See y'all tomorrow. See y'all tomorrow.
All right, I think I could print one now. I'm feeling this song. I'm digging it, and I'm going to print this, but like I said, automation is going to be done tomorrow, maybe some finishing touches. I want to kind of note wherever, like, you know, I got to go in with fresh ears when I'm about to do that awesomeness, because I've had a bunch of work to do today before I started this stream, and I'm all over the place right now. I'm loving the way this sounds, though. I'm feeling it. Like, I like how it gets chill at the end and sort of fades out on its own. It's very cool. The whole thing's great. This song's awesome. This song kind of is definitely like my favorite on this project, and there's so many that I thought were awesome, but this one is just like, this is the kicker on this whole project. So let's print one of these. We'll call it that's what we'll call it, 1AR. All right, let me set up this jam right here. M1AR. Always come in here with the output. Interleave 2496. Add MP3. Import directory. Let's put it in the right place. Funk the bag. Good to go. All right. We don't want offline. Directory import. Add MP3 9624 interleave. Okay, let's run one of these. I'm going to turn the mic off. We're going to hit print, and then I will basically judge this with fresh ears tomorrow. That's when we'll finish it. I like to listen to it like with fresh ears, but I'll do that on stream. I won't touch anything until our next stream so that you guys can see every single move made, because I think that's important. I don't want any, stuff happening behind the scenes. So we'll pick up right from here on the next stream, and this is the pre-automation mix. And as soon as we do the next stream, we'll be focusing on automation, final touches, and maybe any little remaining tweaks I wind up doing. Like once I automate, sometimes I bring down the level of the master because the automation brought everything up a little bit. So we want to be even more conservative, hitting our first plugin down the whole chain. But sometimes that happens. We'll see. There's a little bit of headroom still there right now, so it should be okay. Let's rock and roll. Here we go. Turning this off. I will be right back. State this. If you want to hear the full print, check this out. Here we go.
See y'all tomorrow.
All right, nailed it. We got a print done. And according to GDP, we're actually chilling with that with the video on demand. It sounds like it was a clean cut. That's awesome. Sounds like all that dead time won't show up on the video. I don't know how they do it. I don't know what goes on over there. I don't know what goes on in that particular department, but it's pretty amazing. That's good. And I tell you the truth, I really dig this. There's a moment here I wanted to check out, so I got to check it. I'm going to save this as 2. M2. Let's get to 2. Okay. About 3 minutes, 30 seconds in. There was like another moment I think I want to steal off that snare track. That aggressive fill part. I'm just going to kind of see if this is all I need. I have a snare track that has a more aggressive gate situation, so whenever there's some extra crashes that get kind of super loud, I have a track that will handle that because I have a silencer on top of the SSL gate. Whereas in the other situation, we have the SSL gate kind of gently just holding down, making it where the snare isn't super choked. That's the thing. When you overgate, the snare gets kind of choked. So I like to keep the gate nice and easy. And then in moments that I need the extra gate power, I have a separate track for that. That's how I think the best way to handle it is, because you'll never be able to split the difference and just get it as good as this. You could split the difference and now you'll set the gate too harsh in moments where you don't want to, and then it'll be perfect in this loud part. Whereas if that loud part happens very rarely, with the crazy cymbal crashes, then put it on its own track. Yep, that'll work. As soon as we go to do automation on this too, it'll solve itself, because I could ride the snare up if I want to. Now I don't have to be wary of the fact that there's cymbal bleeding through it. If I were to use the other track that wasn't gated as tightly, I'd be worried that now I'm going to hear more cymbal as I ride the snare volume up, but we don't have to think about that now because we have our separate track. So that was really the only moment I caught while I was listening to it where I wasn't really paying attention. I was just trying to listen from an outside perspective, and I noticed that moment caught my attention of hearing a little too much cymbal there. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take down this construction stuff when the band is chilling. That construction thing is awesome, and it's going to stay on the drum solo. If I do anything, it's just where it's a little busy here. That's the intro. We're okay there. There's like a cool voice doing something cool here. Braxel, you're asking a question. Evan, how do you deal with sticks that hit each other on a snare hit? You mean like the drummer accidentally hit his sticks together? You don't deal with it. You just leave it alone. I mean, if you're talking about like one hit in a song, you could replace the snare hit if you're talking about, on a groove or something. But if it's part of like a fill or a solo, it'll be harder to do that. It won't maintain whatever was happening around it. So it'll probably sound weird. I would probably leave it alone unless it was just like a downbeat. You could just replace that hit with another hit that was a full-on hit. If it was like a missed hit, that's what you're talking about, that's what I would do. I would just grab it from another part in the song and put it right there. But it could help to basically, like as if you were comping the drum track, like find, was it done to a click? If so, it's super easy. Find any snare hit, and you might want to take all the drums, but listen to what else is going on. If you have overheads and there's cymbal bleed and stuff, you got to take note of that. So if the spot you're trying to replace has cymbal bleed on it, it's going to be harder to do. But you'd have to try to find a section where there's a snare hit that matches that. If that part happens more than once, it could be easier. If it's one part in the song and there's no cymbal bleed on it, then just look for another moment where the drums are playing a hit where there's no cymbal bleed on it. You copy and paste a couple of them in, you'll find it. I usually copy and paste a little ahead, a little behind, so I can drag both sides of, group the drums so you can drag the front and back of that paste, and you'll find a good moment where it transitions seamlessly. But you're pasting in all the drums is what I would do, like everything. Odds are the kick, like if the part's the same, whatever else happened right before it, right after it, it all sort of blends together. So for that specific hit, you'll figure out exactly where to drag the front and back of that paste and make it seamless. That's what I would do. If it wasn't done to a click, it's a little more difficult to do, but you could try just pasting the snare hit, snare top, snare bottom, see if that works. Sometimes if you have a sample, you could blend the sample in with it. Blend the sample in with the flubbed stick hit, and that might be okay. If you're not using any samples on the drums at all, I would just take it from what was recorded somewhere else that makes sense. You have to determine how much you got to put there, but it's pretty much as easy as that. Sounds like somebody's going, whoa! I want to hear that. I don't know where it is. I hear, whoa! It might be on the room mic. That's where that might be. Because I don't see it on anything else. It's on the room mic. It's somebody in the room being like, woo! Which is cool. There's not a whole lot we're going to be able to do with it, so it's good that it's the perfect volume in the background because I heard it. But it's pretty faint. You hear that? Sounds like, woo! That's what it sounds like. I dig it. This is another spot we got to get rid of some of the construction site because it's just too busy. So it makes it hard to hear other things. I don't want anyone to be confused. I'm not actually using any of this bass bus at all, so I might as well just take it out of the game. Bass bus, gone. Just so everyone's aware, there's a ton of plugins there, but that's just because that's my palette. That's my choices. Let me just see something. Because when it gets towards the end, I feel like this is the only one that holds up. Let me put that in the middle, put this over here, put that on the right.
For your signs, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, seems like goodbye. Seems like everybody feel like bye. Can I take a second just to talk to my guy? Life's too short to be working this hard. I just need another day to break the bond. My mind so caught behind wheel. All eyes up to the ground. I remember while here, while I look for your signs, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, seems like goodbye. Seems like everybody feel like bye. To the ground. I remember why I'm here, while I look for your signs, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, say my goodbyes. Seem like everybody feel like, whoo, funk the bag. Can I take a second just to talk to my guy? Life's too short to be working this hard. I just need another day to break the bond. My mind so caught behind wheel. All eyes up to the ground. I remember why I'm here, while I look for your signs, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, say my goodbyes. Seem like everybody feel like,
We're going to print this one too. Just a couple of the things I heard. I can't let myself go until I hear everything, get it all under control at least. That way I'm starting with fresh ears the next time I sit down to finish up any automation, final touches and stuff. I can't I don't write stuff down. So if I hear something, I got to fix it, deal with it at that time, or I can't go to sleep even. Not that I'd be going to sleep right now anyway, but either way.
We work too hard.
Which damn bills are you talking about? Which damn bills?
Can I take a second just to talk to my guy? Life's too short to be working this hard. I just need another day to break the bond. My mind so caught behind wheel. All eyes up to the ground. I remember why I'm here, while I look for your signs, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, say my goodbye. Seems like everybody feels
There's like 2 damn bills that I remember. One of them's early. There's one during the solo. Is that the one you're talking about? That's the We Got Bills to Pay. Where's the bills? Those damn bills. Where is that, dude? Yeah. Is it the beginning of the song or the end of the song? Because I lost track of where that one word is. I have no idea.
The damn bills. The damn bills. The damn bills.
But it's time to clock out. Yeah, seems like it's fine. Seems like everybody feel like
Even this bill.
Bills.
Bills.
We don't need the S on it. Well, it'll be inferred. We'll get a little less of an S on it. How about that? Less of an S. Not enough of an S. We need a little bit of an S, but not no S, but not much S. I just don't like how it's like freaking. Alright, we're gonna keep that out of it. We'll go back to, we'll have a regular S. The pitch shift on the S sounds funky, so I ignored that last S part of it, and now we're over here. The rest of it's the same. That should be good. We'll give it like 3 dB of life. I don't want it to take over. I like this other part better, like the rap itself, but that part's cool. It's just like too in our face. I'll do another thing to make it stand out because it's not jumping out at me, but it's taking up too much space simultaneously. Yep, there we go. We got it now. At least now it sounds like the way it should, as far as I'm concerned. The this thing is like perfect for this. Because at least this is too like takes up too much space. It's interesting though. It just takes up a lot of space because there's a lot of low end on it, whereas this is not a lot of low end on it. To me, that just cuts better. It's less in the way. That's what's up. You must be on a sick delay over there or something, dude. Because there's I put the S back like 5 minutes ago. It just couldn't be distorted. So the original, the OGS is the S that's actually there, but the rest of it has been shifted to be sicker. I'm gonna, just in case, I'm gonna hit it with this, but I'm gonna leave that other one there because I don't hate the this OG one either. Yeah, it just disappears, especially in headphones. I'm leaving this, leaving it like this. Yeah, I could do something like that, but I like the way it sounds, so I don't want to fuck with this because it does sound good to me. So I don't want to just fucking sit here and mess with this thing like crazy for no reason because this is, I don't know if it needs that, but we'll see.
time to clock out. Yeah, seem like a try. Seem like everybody feel like back.
Yeah, that's a little better. It moves. It doesn't sound terrible, but like I said, it's not even the part I'm focused on. I'm focused on the rap here. But that part is funny, but like the rap is the lead and this thing's now like there. It's super in our faces.
But while here, while I look for your signs, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, seem like a try. Seem like everybody feel like back. But while here, while I look for your signs, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, seem like a try. Seem like everybody feel like back. Can I take a second just to talk to my guy? Life's too short to be working this hard. I just need another day to break the bomb. My mind so caught up behind bill. All highs affected the ground. I remember while here, while I look for your signs, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, seem like a try. Seem like everybody feel like back. Behind bill. All highs affected the ground. I remember while here, while I look for your signs, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, seem like a try. Seem like everybody feel like back.
Nailed it. Now the rap is at least a little more focused on the clean voice, which is also kind of cool.
Take a second just to talk to my guy. Life's too short to be working this hard. I just need another day to break the bomb. My mind so caught up behind bill. All highs affected the ground. I remember while here, while I look for your signs, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, seem like a try. Seem like everybody feel like back. Take a second just to talk to my guy. Life's too short to be working this hard. I just need another day to break the bomb. My mind so caught up behind bill. All highs affected the ground. I remember while here, while I look for your signs, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, seem like a try. Seem like everybody feel like back. Take a second just to talk to my guy. Life's too short to be working this hard. I just need another day to break the bomb. My mind so caught up behind bill. All highs affected the ground. I remember while here, while I look for your signs, but it's time to clock out. Yeah, seem like a try. Seem like everybody feel like back.
These could use a little panning, love. It's annoying to pan stereo stuff, but it'd be cool if this moved a little bit. Little too abrupt. No, I like that the panning thing on the bills a lot. I like that a lot. This thing was okay too. I was just started to think like, oh, it'd be cool if it moved just at the end, but I think it's drawing my attention to it a little too much. Before it was just kind of chaos ensuing, and that was okay. I'm liking this here. It's like, get back over there on the right side, yo. Get back over there. That's why panning stereo stuff's so annoying. So much easier to draw mono shit. Just so much easier. That kind of feels actually pretty cool. Take it. I will take it. Cool. All right. Time to print. Boogie. Oogie, oogie, till you just can't boogie no more. All right. We're doing it. What is this? M deuce? What's going on here? Save the session. Let's go. There we go. What are we? We're in the front. We're at the start. We're at the end. Bada bing, bada boom. Doing it, doing it, doing it. Come over here. M deuce. M deuce. Wave A1314. Output. Yep. Output. A1314. Interleave 2496. Add MP3. Import directories. All good. All right. Here we go. Running it. M deuce.
See y'all tomorrow.
All right. That's what's up. So I cannot wait to approach the automation part of this mix in part 2, where we will finish this up. We had about a half-hour downtime, if not a little more even, and that's about as long as it usually takes to get automation done. I'm definitely feeling a little fried right now, so it would be good to hear this with fresh ears, and I'm excited for that. And as soon as I do, I'll be able to make a lot of clutch decisions for automation. If I were to do it now, I think I'd be doing it a disservice. So I'm going to save it right there. I'm going to save it right there. And then we're going to, next time, probably tomorrow or the next day, and I will get this thing slammed out in a few hours and we'll call it a day, because we're pretty much there. It's just a couple moments of little life in automation and like some certain drum fills I want to make sure I hear, certain keyboard riffs I want to hear. And the cool thing is all the vocals, we sort of got those sorted out. Some of them, are, like there's even a few moments where like I like how the vocals are kind of tucked in, and then sometimes they're a little loud. But I kind of like that because it's just jumping all over the place on me. So with fresh ears, I'll be able to tell the clearest. At the moment, there's moments where like I could adjust this thing again, and I'm like on some of the vocals, I'm like, nah, I don't want to do that. I gotta judge with fresh ears on it. I really like what we did here. That's the bottom line. There's a lot of good work today done on this track, and it's one of my favorite songs. So I'm really excited to finish this thing up. Stay tuned for that. Let's do a thank you to a bunch of people who joined us and stuck with us through all the craziness, because we had some craziness, that's for sure. The stream practically went down on us. Some good stuff, though. Thank you to Alex Christoph Drums, to Brian Piontek 6113, to Pongmaster 123, to Binjamin Buttons, to Shigeono TH Music, to Morgs H5L, to Braxel 1, to Mr. Psychotronic 5406, to the official Nick Desouza, to Mark Kubali, to Toeman 7729, to Cheap Music Gear, to Danny Lyrica, to Toeman 7729 twice, because I didn't shout him out, so he deserves a second shout out, because when he showed up, I was in the middle of a print, and I never gave him an official bicycle horn of good luck and good fortune. I didn't do one of those for him, and that's unfortunate. But yeah, hit the like button if you haven't. Subscribe if you haven't already. We do this thing constantly. You're always welcome to join us in the chat. Talk about what you got going on with your mix, what you're dealing with, whatever you just tried, your favorite plugin, favorite piece of gear, whatever it is. We welcome it all. All audio conversations are welcome. Join our Discord. Our Discord's where it's at, because people are posting stuff all the time over there, even beyond stuff that I know about. Like we got Mr. Psychotronic building stuff and kind of showing people what he's building as he's doing it. We got Sonic Soundwork adding opinions for his favorite gear and different, little links to cool videos to watch, all sorts of cool stuff in there. Honestly, the place is really growing, and I'm very proud of it. And the whole thing is awesome. You guys are awesome. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being part of this. Thank you for contributing to the Discord. If you haven't joined it, join it up. More of this stuff to come. Shigeono TH Music. I appreciate that. And this is, you guys know me. I could sit here and finish this song tonight if I wanted. And then, what's the purpose? Sometimes I think about that. Sometimes I'm like, when your ears are tired, is there a point to keep going? And sometimes your ears aren't tired, but your brain is tired. And I started this at 5 a.m. and I've been up the entire day prior to that working. So a part of me is like, I wasn't tired when I started. I wasn't fatigued when I started. I'm feeling it now. And that's a good time to kind of call it. I like to push myself like a lot of you guys do. I think it's a good thing to push ourselves, but at the same time, know your limits. Make sure you mix at a low level so you can actually keep going without the ringing and the compression in your own ears, because that'll ruin all your decisions for sure. So I do my best to keep the levels very conservative for the most of the mix. There's moments here and there I might check something louder, but for the most part, we're keeping conservative levels. So thank you, GDP. I want to thank GDP Japan for sticking with me. And you got the biohazard thing going on by you, but no matter what it is, what time of day, what anything, you're always down to make something happen because you're extremely dedicated and an amazing engineer and an amazing pilot. So you're awesome. Thanks for joining, being part of this thing. Thanks for making it what it is, honestly. Nick, thank you for coming through. This is Nick Desouza's song, the official Nick Desouza. And I actually, it was a cool idea you had to pan that thing left and right, and I liked it because once I did that, it really sort of was even cooler. The damn Bills part that was cool. Shifting that down was cool. I dig it, man. It was great all around. Great time, great mix, great jams. You guys are awesome. So I'll catch you very soon. I'll try to put the notice up as early as possible so you can catch the next one. All right? I hope you all dug it. There's more to come on this. Automation life. And if you've never seen me automate a track, you could watch me do that on this thing. It'll be either like 18 hours from now or the day after. Something like that. I'll let you guys know, though, because it's going to be automation, some final touches. We might look at the mix bus a little more in detail, a little more, but maybe not. We don't have the compressors out on this thing, so for anybody looking at this thing wondering what's happening, we have an ATR into a SSL bus comp, no compression here, a little bit of stereo imaging happening on the Fusion, and I'm going to examine all this stuff because that's what I usually do. The final touches for me are going into what's working and just making any sort of tweaks in any direction to just sort of make it all fall into place. And that will happen next time, so stay tuned. This song is not done, but it's close. Everybody remember, you guys can all do this, all right? Next time I start working, open up a session if you have it. We're in one giant studio building on each side of the hallway, and we can all get amazing work done that way. Jump in the chat, be part of the conversation. You're part of a group of engineers that are just like you. So, bicycle horns for everybody. A little glockenspiel. You guys are awesome. Thank you. If I forgot anybody's name, I apologize. Gold Clip is on. Braxel, you know it is. You saw me open it. You saw that. I'm about to grab a burger and onion rings and the stuff we always throw in there. It's going to happen. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, GDP Japan. I will catch you guys soon. I hope you enjoyed it. More to come. Leave comments, anything to come up with video ideas so I can, sit down and crack a video out. That'd be awesome. Got to do a video soon. And that'll happen. If I don't stream tomorrow, that'll happen. So we'll make this thing go down. All right, you guys are awesome. This was Funk the Bag by Nicholas Desouza and Hairbrain. I hope you dug it. I'll catch you guys soon. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. You guys got this. Take it easy.